Good evening, everyone. I would just like, before we start the Finance Committee meeting, just to kind of give everybody a roadmap of how I would like the meeting to proceed this evening. So first up is the Finance Committee meeting. They have a bid package, which they will work on first. And then we have the two items that are also part of the Finance Committee, the school bonds and school appropriations. So what I would like us to do is we will start the Finance Committee meeting now. They will work on the bid package. Once the bid package is complete, we will take a look at the time. If it is, say, 6:15, we will go right into the first item on the docket that's in Finance Committee, and which is the school bonds. We will start then. Then I would like us to see it, take a pause at 6:45, no matter where we are within the Finance Committee meeting. Pause at 6:45. We have one other committee that has one item to take place. Then we will start the full council meeting at 7 o'clock. No matter where we pause during the Finance Committee meeting, everyone will have an opportunity to speak. So if we move to the full council meeting and you would like to be heard on items on the finance agenda, even if we are in the full council meeting, you will have the opportunity to speak. Anyone who wants to be heard on the two items will be heard. Addition to that, this is the second meeting of the month, which we also have Rule 41 public comments. So there is a sign-up sheet on the podium there, so you can sign up. That will take place after 7 o'clock at the start of the council meeting. You can speak then, and you can speak again on any agenda issue as well. So you can speak on both or just one. It's whatever your pleasure. So that is kind of the roadmap for this evening. And at this time, I will hand over to Chairman Howe for the Finance Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. The time is now 5:02 p.m. The Warwick Finance Committee is open for business. May I have a motion for acceptance of the minutes for the meeting held on September 6th?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Now to the bid package, bid 2024-129 North Country Club Field Walking Path Project.
Good evening.
Good evening, Director. Please identify.
Bill Facenti, Community Development. The city's before you tonight for asking for award of $119,900 to install a perimeter walking path around the North Country Club field. It's on the corner of Monroe and North Country Club Drive in Ward 1. It's also known as Whitaker Field. Councilman Foley and the residents in Ward 1 have requested a walking path around the perimeter of the field. This is using council ARPA funds for Ward 1 for a contract amount to Skirka Construction of West Warwick for $119,900. The bids did come in. They were the lowest responsive bidder. 8 bids out of 27 solicitations. They ranged from the low of $119,900 to a high of $364,350.
Thank you. Councilman Foley.
I request favorable action, but Mr. Facenti, we've been working on this for about 6 months, 7 months now.
Yes.
And if we pass this tonight, we anticipate groundbreaking or moving forward.
So if it's passed tonight, the purchasing department, once the mayor signs the resolution or the approval, purchasing will send out a preliminary approval to the contractor. Contractor then needs to get insurance and bonds. You're looking probably have 30 days and a certificate of good standing. Probably 30 days from that, you're entering the winter season. So depending on the asphalt plants, they could start it. Some plants are open year round. I can't give you an answer. I'm hoping it'll start sometime in November. It'll be completed before the winter shutdown, but depending on the winter. So it'll definitely be completed by the spring.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And as you said, this is part of the $1.8 million that has been divided up amongst the 9 council areas and the request for the use of the ARPA funds for ward-related improvements and repairs.
Correct.
Thank you so much. Any other questions from members of this committee? Questions, comments from members of this council? Questions, comments from members of the public on this bid? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. Next is bid 2024-161, original equipment manufacturing parts for various police motor vehicles. This is found on page 6. Good evening, Major.
Good evening, Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department. The Police Department went out to bid for original equipment manufacturer parts for various vehicles and received 2 bids. The bids were received from Tasker Ford of Cranston and Factory Motor Parts of North Attleboro. The Police Department recommends awarding the bid to Tasker Ford as they were the lowest qualified bidder. Excuse me. The department would like to also include Factory Motor Parts for the purpose of vehicle batteries and several items that Tasker did not bid on. The Police Department is seeking spending authority in the amount of $90,000 for 1-year contract, beginning 11/18/23 and ending on 11/17/24. If approved, funding would be sourced from Budget Code 30-330, Auto and Vehicle Maintenance, and Insurance Proceeds Account 76-358 repairs. That'd be for repairs for any insurance claim vehicles.
Thank you, Major. Are there any questions, comments from members of this committee? Questions, comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public on this bid? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you, Major.
Thank you.
The next item is bid 2024-160. This is found on page 10. Purchase of a 2023 Ford F-550 4x4 crew chassis cab XL. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening. Assistant Chief Ummenhauer from the Fire Department. The Fire Department has reviewed bid 2024-160, which is the purchase of a 2023 Ford F-550 crew chassis. The department has recommended the award be given to Gervais Ford of Massachusetts. It meet our specifications. It's available for immediate delivery. This is for a cost not to exceed $64,825. This purchase is 100% reimbursable through Homeland Security grant programs. And the truck's going to be to support our statewide technical rescue and hazardous materials teams.
Could you, if you don't mind, just for informational purposes, could you be more specific on what the crew chassis cab is?
Okay, so this is just the chassis of a Ford 550 chassis, which is crew cab, can hold 4 people. It has no back to it.
Yep.
If you look later on in the bid package, I believe item 6, we are then going to also request additional monies to then put a utility or service body on the back of it with compartments so that the truck is a complete truck that can be utilized by those teams instead of sending the $750,000 heavy rescue truck.
Thank you. And as you stated, this is a one-time purchase. I'm reading from your notes. A one-time purchase is 100% reimbursable through the Homeland Security Grants Program to support our statewide technical rescue and hazardous materials teams. Correct? Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Yeah, that will be. It was probably me the other day. Questions from the committee? Questions, comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public on this bid? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
We are now at the part of the bid package where I will call on members of this committee, members of the council, and then members of the public. If there is an item within the bid package that you would like to discuss or have questions on, I will call for the individual to bid pack to be called out and it can be discussed. Are there any items from members of this committee that would like to have pulled from the bid package for discussion? Council President McAllister.
Thank you. Item 2023137, Apponaug Baseball Complex Improvement in Playgrounds.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I believe that's item number 13 on page 261.
Yes, sir. Bid 2023-137. Thank you. Is there any items that members of the council would like to discuss from the bid package? Are there any items that members of the council would like to discuss from the bid package? Are there any items that members of the public would like to discuss from the bid package? Good evening, sir. Just please identify and then you can tell us the item. Oh, I'm sorry. If you don't mind, though.
Jim Italiani.
Thank you.
Just comment?
Yes, sir.
Apponaug is such a pretty place in that park. I'm noticing, we are noticing the maintenance of most of our parks going down and down and down. I hate to see more money spent and then things not being maintained. So as you're looking at that bid process and continuing with it, please make sure that the maintenance of it is maintained. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other items from members of the public would like to discuss from the bid package? Thank you. So going in order, Council President, you requested bid 2023-137, Apponaug Baseball Complex, Site Improvements and Playground. Before I hand it over to the President, please, Director, identify.
Bill Facenti, Community Development.
Thank you so much. Mr. President, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Director.
Good evening.
Obviously, this is a very important project for Ward 7 here in Apponaug. People drive by it every day, and every day I'm asked for an update on that. I wondered if you could, this is not requesting any additional funds. It is just extending, if you could explain that and kind of give us an update on the project.
So the project has been going on, as you know. I hear from Mayor Picozzi in the mayor's office and yourself numerous times regarding the delay. The contractor, like many contractors and businesses, are suffering from employee issues. It's a union job. We have a union crew that is pulled in a few different directions. I reached out to Yardworks directly on Friday again. They assured me that this will be done by September 30th. So this is kind of more of a moot point, but their contract is expiring on October 27th, and I didn't know how long they were going to continue. They have apologized for the delay. They are going to be working on it. They have very little work left to do, believe it or not. The playground is complete. The pathways are complete. They have to install the basketball court, put one hoop up, and then asphalt the basketball court, stripe it. There is a set of bleachers that are being purchased that's on a back order, so it's a longer lead time. Those will be installed once they arrive. But the playground itself is 98% done. We just can't open it until the basketball court is done. Kids have been playing on it. They have figured out a way into the site. I've let Yardworks know that they're responsible for maintaining the security of the facility and making sure it does not get vandalized prior to acceptance. They went down and they resecured it. And I do have Yardworks' word that they will be finished by September 30th.
That's great to get a date on it, because I know we've gone back and forth with Yardworks. We reminded them, because I know they bid on multiple projects.
They do,
And we reminded
yes.
them that, hey, your past performance is, important as well. So it's going to be outstanding. The one field is really great. And people, if you haven't had a chance, you should check that out. And this is going to be very, very key. This was federal money.
Correct.
We got a state grant for it as well. So this is great. I'm very pleased to hear that we have a date on that. And again, we're not asking for additional funds at this time. You're just extending the contract, but hopefully September 30th, and then we'll have a ribbon cutting and people can enjoy the playground if it ever stops raining.
Stops raining, yes. Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there any further questions, comments from members of this committee on bid 2023-137? Questions, comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public on bid 2023-137? Thank you. That concludes the bid package. May I have a motion?
Favorable action?
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Yes, please. May I have a motion for acceptance of the minutes for the committee meeting held on September 6th?
Move favorable action?
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Item number 2, PCR 99-23, resolution authorizing the city of Warwick to issue not to exceed $350 million of general obligation bonds, notes, and other evidences of indebtedness to finance the construction, renovation, improvement, alteration, repair, landscaping, furnishing, and equipping of 2 new high schools and school facilities to replace Pilgrim High School and Tollgate High School, and all attendant expenses included, but not limited to, demolition, engineering, architectural costs, subject to approval of the state housing aid at the reimbursement rate of the state share ratio of not less than 45% at the time of issuance, and provided that the authorization shall be reduced by the amount of certain grants received from state bond proceeds from the Rhode Island Department of Education or from the Rhode Island School Building Authority. Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Chairman Howe. So we are going right into this here. So I just want to, again, go over the roadmap, how I envision it. We're going to start now in committee. This is the Finance Committee where it was docketed. So we are going to start that. We have the administration here with the Finance Director who's going to come up in just a minute to present some information. We do have the school department here as well that can answer some questions. If you want to be heard on this issue, you will have the opportunity. So as we go through the process this evening, the chairman will ask, he will start with the committee, with these 3 individuals here. Then he will ask members of the council if they have any questions. Then they will ask members of the public if they have any questions. You can come up one at a time. You can line up. Our Sergeant of Arms is here to help you there as well. Around 6:45, if we haven't completed this process, we will pause. Don't worry if you hadn't had a chance to speak. You will. We will just have to go into another committee that will, and then at 7 o'clock we will start the full meeting. We have a couple of agenda items up first. Public comment will be part of that, and then we'll move back into if there's anything left to discuss, or if additional people hadn't had an opportunity to speak on this particular subject. So we are starting now with this. We are in the Finance Committee. Councilman Howe, the Chairman Howe, will be running this portion of the meeting. Councilman Howe, I just want to again talk about exactly what is before us this evening. Is that we are being asked to decide if we are going to borrow the money to build schools or to release the bonds, if you will. That is what's before the council. The council can't make any decisions, say, to build just one school or the size of a classroom or different things like that. What is before us this evening is whether to release these funds or not. So I know there's a lot of questions. People, individuals, council members are able to ask any questions that they would like. I just want to remind everyone that what is before us is, the question before us, what we will actually be voting on is whether to release the funds or not. So, Mr. Chairman, if it's your pleasure, I believe the Finance Director, Mr. Schaefer, has a few remarks to start us off.
Thank you, Mr. President. Director Schaefer, if you wouldn't mind introducing and go right into your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peter Schaefer, Finance Director, City of Warwick. And I sent you a fiscal note late Thursday afternoon, and I referenced the possibility, and we were talking with the state and the vendor that did your analysis, the architect, Steve Gothberg, but the state suggested you really should be talking, and other places have done this, talking about doing amortization over a longer period, 25 or 30 years. So we did some work on that Friday and this morning, and I can tell you that Newport in there, Rogers High School, they went longer than 20 years. And I know some other places are considering it. So I'm going to have some numbers on that. The second thing is that the state confirmed to me that with the passage of the $250 million state bond, the incentive increases on the qualifying projects from 52.5 to 55%. So I've made that adjustment, and there was one thing we hadn't done, and Steve Gothberg is taking care of filing that with the state. So let's talk about those two things. The fiscal note I sent you, first of all, the disclosure that we did, that the administration did before we went to the vote, went to the voters in November, which was distributed at all the polling places, had an estimate of $11.9 million. Annual debt service after the projects are completed, net debt service after state reimbursement. Based upon combination of our better understanding of what is eligible, what costs are eligible, higher interest rates. The note that I sent you Thursday said $13.4 million. Now we have the state telling us you're going to get 55% on the qualifying projects. That brings it down from 13.4 million that the city is responsible down to 12.6 million. That's at a 4.32% interest rate. Then we ran some numbers. We ran the numbers for 25-year amortization and 30-year amortization using the same interest rate. So we went from, on the higher reimbursements from the state, going from 52.5 to 55, we go from annual costs, debt service costs, after project completion, from 13.4 million down to 12.6 million. If we amortize over 25 years, we're talking going from 12.6 million annually down to 11.3 million annually. If we did a 30-year, and by the way, I don't think the city's ever done this, but our other places are doing it on major projects, 50-year useful life, we're talking 10 million. No question, full payments over the 30 years or 25 years will be a lot greater than $50 million greater over 30 years compared to going over 20 years, but the annual costs are lower. So those are the two main adjustments, just those two things from what you received on Thursday. Now, the other issue out there is the Alana study, which we spent a lot of time looking at. A detailed study, but hard to get your arms around. My analysis is that they're projecting costs in the way that they do it, and I'm not an expert at this, $22 million greater than what Colliers had been looking at with the two different firm involved. Now, the state was making an argument to me, oh, you shouldn't put that number in there. They'll take care of that with value engineering. Well, this council acted to have this study done. You need to see the numbers. Now, it may be, they may be absolutely correct that you go through value engineering, although the challenge will be a lot greater if their baseline is what it really is. The value engineering was into the design estimates by the other two vendors. So it's a big challenge, but that 22.1 million, what are the options for financing that if it occurs? One is you go back to the voters. Another is you reallocate the 56 million, which by the way, which was approved in November of 2020, which by the way, originally envisioned doing work on the high schools. They've changed that. And I know they don't want to do that. They've got projects, and Steve had to pull 3 projects back this summer because the bids came in too high. So he's got a lot of work still planned. But the state seems to be comfortable, and Steve really has to talk, or someone else has to talk about value engineering, and I hope you'll let him do that. Whether he thinks they can make, obviously there's the question marks as to, did this firm do the right estimating? I've talked to them. I'm comfortable that they spent some real time at this. They didn't make up a number or anything. So that's the challenge that I think really you brought upon yourself in a sense, because you asked for the study, and I get it at around 22 million. There was an issue that Alana included demolition as part of the contract, whereas in fact, Colliers and the others have been, if you literally look at the studies, it's really 26 million, but it's not 26 million because demolition is covered in another area. So that's what you have. If Alana's analysis, cost estimating is right, you have another $22 million problem, which you need to either deal with value engineering, use of other bond proceeds, or going back to the voters again. But the state seems totally comfortable. Steve seems totally comfortable that they can get to this figure. So that's what I have to say, Mr. Chairman.
So I think the best way to go about this is to maybe thank you for your presentation. Is there a presentation from the school committee or the administration? No? I'm sorry? Okay. Thank you. So it's been indicated that they're prepared to answer the questions. So I will start with my comments. Very clearly, it has been discussed, and thank you, Director. Very clearly, it's been discussed on numerous occasions about when we were looking at this bond in this presentation. When you look at the ballot, it was authorizing up to, not to exceed, $350 million, and that's what was voted on. There was no indication within the ballot of any plans. It was 2 new facilities at a $350 million investment using bonds, but not to meet or to exceed $350 million. The voters, and I want to thank my colleagues, and definitely my colleague, Councilman Gebhardt, for putting together a great visual tool to identify what the voters of the city it went from high 62% to about, I believe one ward had below 57%. Say again? 53%, thank you. And then it was 53, then it went to like 57, 59. So it's pretty, the voters wanted to make the investment. And the way I see it is, I'll just give it to you very simply. The federal government spends $90 billion a year, allocates to the Department of Education. The state of Rhode Island allocates almost $400 million a year to the Department of Education. That's their overall budget. We usually have our hands tied by, when we come to budget season, you'll hear me ring that bell of unfunded mandates, things we can't control, but we must spend our money on. This is us actually investing into our city, investing into our students, investing in for the future, and as we all know, it's got a 50-year life to it. This is something that goes directly to, we talk about it every meeting, services for the citizens of our city. This is that. This is an investment into the services of the citizens of our city and the future citizens of our city. So with that said, I'll open it up to members of the committee. Councilman Foley.
Thank you. I don't want to reiterate the comments of my colleague, but last summer, when I was campaigning, knocking on doors, I did not take sides on what the bond should be, the vote. What I did do, though, is I reached out to the school committee and the administration and asked them if they would stand with me in a community outreach, which I ran in conjunction with Representative McNamara, Senator candidate LaMountain, in my ward for 2 hours, allowing, and I advertised it, that they could come and ask those questions they might have about this bond directly to the school committee and the school administration. Numerous constituents turned out. In my ward, this bond passed 62-38. With that being said, I'm here to listen to any new testimony. Mr. Schaefer, thank you for the update. And I'm comfortable after listening to the testimony tonight where I probably am going to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Gebhardt.
Yeah, thank you, Director Schaefer, for your work on this, the school department. Again, I won't repeat what either of my colleagues have to say, but certainly here to listen to the folks that came to testify. I'm sure we'll have some good questions for the school committee, as well as maybe some for the finance director. Yeah, thank you for participating.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Councilman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion that we suspend the council rules regarding the 10-minute time frame.
Councilman, all right, you made the motion. There's a motion to suspend the rules sorry. So it's just within the committee? I apologize. Is there someone in the committee who would like to make a motion to suspend the 10-minute rule? Is there someone within the committee who would like to make a motion to suspend the 10-minute rule? Thank you. Members of the council, are there any members? Councilman Riggs.
Thank you. A couple of very brief questions before I go further. So these are questions, I suppose, for the finance director. These are based on concerns that I've heard from my constituents. So one of the concerns being the recent independent assessment that the city council paid for, recently received back from Alana.
Excuse me, Councilman, I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you like to direct that question to the director?
Please.
Director, if you don't mind coming up to the podium, just reintroduce yourself, and Councilman, please, just for the record, after he reintroduces himself, start from the beginning of the question.
Peter Schaefer, Finance Director.
Thank you. So a couple of questions that were presented by constituents to me, and I believe that you've already addressed one of them, that demolition costs of the existing buildings, those are considered by Alana in their analysis that shows that the construction, well, the total cost, demolition and construction, could be done within the $350 million limit, correct?
If you're talking about the estimates were done by Alana, who this council hired, no, I would say they're saying it's going to cost $22 million more than what the baseline was that we were working with going into them doing that study.
And that's before
They don't
the
rule
value.
out additional value engineering, but there was value engineering built into the Collier's report on on getting to their estimates that got to $350 million. So,
Right. So that's really what I'm asking about is with the expected costs of the demolition, that would be something where with the additional value engineering, that would still bring it within that original 350 million?
you know, I'm not an expert on value engineering. That's a complicated thing. You really have to ask your question of Steve Gothberg. I know that on the demolition, I think Alana was estimating 4.5 million, 2 million on one school, 2.5 million on another. The baseline that Colliers was using was $4 million total. So that's another $500,000 issue. But if you've got questions about the process of value engineering and whether you're going to be able to get to I'm sure you can get to 2 high schools at $350 million, but are you going to take things out that make it not what everyone thought they were going to get? And you really need to talk to people with expertise in that area, and I'm not one of them.
I do see Director Gothberg here, if he may be able to answer that question.
Steve Gothberg, Director of Construction for the School Department. We also have Derek Osterman from Colliers. We have Steve Guglielmo from the Secotio. We have Kuzlo and Katie from SOM. So if I can't, they can answer.
Well, very good.
So I think the first thing we have to understand is that the building is in the stage 2 submission is not a final design. It's a schematic look at what could be built for Warwick. Okay, and that is a submission to RIDE to see if we could build these schools and give as much as possible to. So when we talk about value engineering, we talk about first we have to get to a design to see exactly how we could pare costs down. So yes, we believe that once we get into the design, we firmly believe that we can bring both of these buildings into actually to be built for the 300.
And that would include when we're talking about building those buildings, that would include under the 350 million, the cost of demolishing the current buildings?
Correct. I mean, we all understand that 350 million is the limit and that we can't exceed that. So the whole idea of this is to design the buildings to the budget.
And to clarify, certainly you and the department are going to do everything that you can, of course, to ensure that the total costs are within the $350 million. But Director Schaefer did indicate that there can be some contingency plans if, let's say, you find the department finds itself in a position where instead of cutting the fat, it's cutting into the bone. If it's necessary, then there are ways that it could be considered to exceed the $350 million, whether that's going back to the voters or using some alternative bond funds that were earmarked for the schools.
I don't think that's for me to consider. What we consider is we design to the budget, and the other thing to remember is there are 3 additional estimates that come forward, very, very detailed estimates as we go through the 3 stages of design. The first stage is schematic design, second is design development, and the third is construction documents. So at each of those stages, there are additional estimates to be done, and as we get into the design, they are more and more detailed. So as we move through the design, if we see that, well, you know, this is going to cost more, then we need to be nimble and we need to adjust the design to fit the budget.
I appreciate the focus, especially in light of your history here, where There may be some folks here who aren't familiar, but back before COVID-19, there were bonds that were passed by the voters, released, and then the various construction that was performed in relation to those bonds before things went absolutely crazy with prices due to COVID-19, very consistently through your leadership, through the leadership of the building committee and the department, you all were able to really keep those prices in check, which is not exactly to be taken for granted. So often in different contexts, we see the prices be different from what was originally envisioned. So I do appreciate your focus and dedication on that, and you come here with a lot of credibility. One other item on the Alana analysis, I'm receiving some feedback from constituents, some concerns about Alana's analysis being based on non-union or non-prevailing wage workers. Obviously, that would not be realistic because it would be necessary for the city to pay prevailing wage. So if you would be able to briefly address that?
I think Council President McAllister can back me up on this, but we did reach out to Alana on that, and they did make an adjustment. It is based on merit shop, but prevailing wage. You don't base it on union wage, you base it on prevailing wage. So it is based on prevailing wage.
That makes sense. And there are always going to be some inherent certainties, or rather inherent uncertainties throughout this process where even though we're looking at a number, really there are some items here where it's difficult for us to predict exactly where prevailing wages are going to be at the time of the contract, difficult for us to price materials so far out. But given your experience, you believe that based on where we are, the information that you've received, including through the Alana analysis, you believe that there is a way to make this happen within that budget of $350 million?
The team, and I include the architects, strongly that it can be built for the 300, these two schools can be built for the 350 million. There will be some analysis as we move forward. How are we going to make things fit? Do we need to, is it going to be exactly as the conceptual? No, not everything. Anytime there's something conceptual, there are always adjustments to be made, but we will strive to give the buildings as close as possible as what we originally had shown.
And on that topic, this really is going to be a continuing process where, let's say that we experience a new pandemic or the like that's even worse than the last one, and let's just say that everything triples in price and it becomes immediately apparent that, okay, $350 million, there's absolutely no way to do anything that's remotely resembling this. Just as COVID-19 was not anticipated, let's say something completely unanticipated happens, just because the council is approving the release of the bonds, does that mean that your hands are tied, that you must absolutely go forward? Or is there a break that can be put on the process where if the situation becomes completely different like that in terms of price, where it can all be reevaluated? Not that anybody would want to put the brakes on a whole process once it, unless there are those extraordinary circumstances.
Thank you, Councilman. Director, if you could answer the question, and then we're going to move on. Thank you.
I can't, none of us can project what's going to happen. I think if something extraordinary happens, then as a group, as a city, then we need to fall back, reassess, and see where we're going to go with this. That's the only thing I could say on that. I mean, if the world blows up, if there's something extraordinary that happens, something that's totally out of our control, then I think as a city we need to look at it as a whole.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Director. Are there any further questions from members of the council? Councilwoman Donna Travis.
Well, I believe that everybody knows that all the wards voted to have the schools. And I think all of us felt that our kids deserve better schools. The problem that I'm hearing is, all right, what they voted is not what they're going to be getting. And when, I don't care, if you go to the store and you order something and it's not the way you want it, well, you either give me the money back or you give me what I wanted. Now, they're not getting. But
As we said from the very beginning at all the forums, any questions that were answered, we've always said that what was part of stage 2 was conceptual, aspirational, and schematic. And that we would always have to, as we move forward through the process, engineering, so some changes made. That was stated from the beginning.
had a lot of projects with things like, they'll bid on something and before you know it, there's another amendment, they had to do something else. And sometimes it ends up that they're higher than the bidder that we could have got before. I've seen that a lot of times. But now you're coming in and saying, not only are you not going to get what you asked for, but you even want more money for it. So, it's just, they voted for one thing and it's not going to be like that. So that's upsetting. Yeah, I mean, I want new schools. I want schools for our children and teachers could learn better. But, and I think a lot of us, well, maybe only a couple of us, felt that 350 million wasn't going to be enough and that we should have went with one school. And I understand that that was not an option. We couldn't do that. But that would have been the most realistic thing to do. We should have done something like that. But I think that's the big problem that we have, because now that's what made them, all 9 wards, vote for it, because they seen they were getting, it was all written down what they were possibly getting. And now all you hear is everyone, this is going to change, that's going to change, and we're not going to have this now. So they're getting upset.
We've never said that you're not going to get anything. There's considerations, okay? When you do a project like this, and you start 2 years before, and you start the design process, the conceptual design process, you're trying to give as much as possible. As you move forward through the project, things change, as Mr. Ricks has said. So we will do our best to give as much as we can, if not all of it. We don't know how prices are going to go. We've already seen bids come down 1.3%. We've seen prices stabilizing. So we won't know till we start designing actual design and seeing where the estimates come in. But we believe that we can give something very, very, very close to what we showed conceptually to the community.
Well, I look forward to seeing where we're going to go with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Are there any? Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as we all just witnessed, the Finance Committee chose not to hold off on the council or suspend the council rules for the 10 minutes. With that being said, I am also expecting the council to adhere to Rule 20, which says any citizen of the city of Warwick may be heard on any docketed resolution or ordinance. So respectfully requesting that this council adhere to that council rule.
So I will answer that. We have always, during the committee, opened up the discussion and the questions to the committee, to the council, and to the public, as has been our routine and practice for many years, and that will not change this evening. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Now, so a few points that I have. I think there's value engineering. I think this is something that it's been misused. It's misleading to the public. And it's not what it was intended for back in the 40s, when I think it was General Electric that came up with value engineering. What we're seeing here now is literally a reduction in the scope of work. This is project reduction. The square footage of the buildings have changed, the ceiling heights have changed, we've eliminated tennis courts, we've eliminated courtyards, bleachers have been reduced, auditorium sizes have come down, and the amount of seats, the sports fields. Now, you can say, well, this was explained, it was constructed. There was a very hard sell job done at these public meetings. The public was heavily influenced upon, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to have solar panels on the roofs, we're going to have better sports fields, we're going to have more of this, we're going to have more of that, we're going to have bigger auditoriums, we're going to have bigger rooms, it's going to be brighter, the ceiling's going to be higher. And that's what they were told. Now we come back. As a matter of fact, about a month after the election, when the voters voted for this bond, I think it was less than a month later, the school department came back, it was in the Beacon, and said, we think we're going to revisit this. We have a problem with the numbers. I was telling everyone long before then that there was a problem with the numbers. This report from Alana is particularly concerning to me because we spent $85,000 to have this report produced. 85 grand. Basically, it was a simple math calculation. And yes, I did vote for it. In this revaluation, it's right here in Alana's report that items not considered in this estimate, furniture, overtime, work outside normal hours, no permits or permit fees, third-party commissioning costs, owner supplied, air quality monitoring. That's another thing that I just skipped over. So initially, one of the big pushes for these schools was, we got to have 21st century buildings. We got to have air-conditioned buildings. Well, there's a difference between air conditioning and dehumidifying. There's a big difference. And as you see in the changes in the price, there's a big difference. And I think that's a pretty important item. The other concern that I have is, how can anyone expect me or anyone else to buy into your formulas? I'm going to say you. Let me back up. It's not the school department. It's Ilana. Ilana's forecasts and projections, numbers, when the math doesn't even work. I'm looking right now at Ilana's cost summary for Pilgrim High School. And I didn't go through every one of the numbers because I got disgusted and just decided to forget it. If you look at the square footage prices that they have calculated, there are errors in the math on practically every one of them. So $11.19 a square foot. It doesn't come out to $2,597,000. It comes out to $2,599,000. Now, one might say, okay, so you're complaining about nickels and dimes. No, it's not nickels and dimes in totality, because I've gone through probably half of this list, and the math is wrong. The changes that have occurred from the 2022 project summary are like, I don't get it. I don't understand how this even occurs. Because as an example, the Pilgrim School, general requirements. This is from the school department. This is the document 2022. It has general requirements, $2,913,467. But yet Ilana has $572,100. I think that's a bit of a difference. It has existing conditions. The 2022 summary says Existing conditions, 161,900. Alana has 2,597,000. And that just continues. I'm not going to keep spinning my
Councilman,
wheels.
I can't speak to anything. I can't speak to anything.
I'm not
along
asking
with-
you to speak.
Okay.
I'm not asking you to speak. I'm putting out the information that I think is pertinent to the taxpayers in this city. This report has more than its share of errors and discrepancies. I don't see in this report, maybe if someone here is from Elana, maybe they can point it out to me. I don't see where there's winter heating calculated into this report. Maybe I missed it. I don't know. I've looked through it several times. But yet in the 2022 report that the school department put out, there's $73,221 of winter heating costs. I don't see snow plowing in Elana's estimate. In 2022, $30,492. I don't see a fire watch detail in Elana's estimate. 2022, $83,319. This is a great concern. It is a great financial concern to me that the scope of work has changed significantly. This is far beyond value engineering. Value engineering is kind of, okay, let me get a little support on why we're going to change the game plan and why we're going to change the bill of goods. But yet we still expect that everyone's going to just go along with that and that they're going to approve it. This isn't what we were told. This isn't what we were sold. I don't believe that Elana has included somewheres in excess of $11 million in underwriting. I don't believe that's included. So even as we sit here tonight, we don't have all of the numbers. In some cases, we don't even have accurate numbers. And a perfect analogy, I posted an analogy. It wasn't as good as the one that someone else posted. And it's compared to, you agree with a contractor to buy a house of 5,000 square feet. 4 bedrooms. You're going to have 3 bathrooms. You're going to have a swimming pool. You agree to buy this. You say, okay, fine. I'm going to buy it. I sign on. Let's do it. When you give me the keys to the house, you say, oh, by the way, we had to value engineer this rascal because we couldn't do it for the $500,000 that we told you. So instead of 5,000 square foot, we're going to give you 3,500. We're going to give you 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. That's the deal. That's what you got. That is wrong. I will not support this at all. Totally off the grid with it. And as you know, I've been saying that from day one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other comments from members of the council? Councilman Sinapi.
So just a note on the error issue. If you look at some of the documentation, it uses different types of square footage for various parts. So in the actual, when it breaks it out into more detailed formula in the figures, you'll see square footage, gross square footage. And so you got to use the right figures when you're going through it, because otherwise it will result in errors. And it doesn't mean that what Councilman Lattiser found is incorrect, because he still might be absolutely valid. But make sure if you're going through and you're trying to verify this, that you're looking at the more detailed portion, because if you just use the summary part, you'll be only multiplying by gross footage, and it's going to throw everything off.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any comments or questions from members of the? Councilman.
When we're presented with a summary, aren't we, or don't we have the right to expect that summary to be accurate? I think so. In the business world, it better be accurate, because if you have a CFO passing you off numbers that are not accurate, you're going to have an unemployed CFO. So this cost summary, the average citizen who has an opportunity to look at this, they're not going to go through 200 or 300 or 400 pages of stuff. They're going to look at the summary, because the summary is supposed to summarize everything. It's supposed to bring you into the real scope of what the actual numbers are. And we have a right, the taxpayers have a right, numbers to be accurate. And Mr. Chairman, they're not. They're not. And they haven't been accurate. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Gebhardt.
I have a few questions for the finance director. Director Schaefer, I appreciate your summary of the fiscal note earlier. I was wondering if we could just step through it. So I am, you have that there with you?
Fine. The adjustments to the fiscal note is what you're looking for?
I am looking at the original fiscal note.
Okay. Well, let's start with the disclosure that the city did before the voters voted on this.
Sure.
And we had a lower interest rate environment at the time, not much lower, but a little bit lower. And we had projected the annual debt service on the city's share of the $350 million would be $11.9 million. We've got better information on what part of that $350 million the state will share in reimbursement. We've got better interest rate information now. We've got better understanding of pay as you go, and a better understanding. And by the way, Lynn, the treasurer, and I were working on this, and we both agreed. The state program is too complicated now. When I was here the first time back in the 90s, it was simple. You came up with your $300 million. They told you what percentage. Now they've got incentives. They've got pay-go. They've got what qualifies, what doesn't qualify. You know, it's a nightmare. So that's my one politics for the night. The program's too complicated. Doesn't have to be. I think some school district 10 years ago built a Taj Mahal for an elementary school, so all of a sudden they decided they had to overlook at everything.
Well, it wasn't Warwick.
All right. So, no, it wasn't Warwick. So, in any event, with updated information, dealing with the state and others, and with the interest rates, I get to, instead of 11.9 million, annual cost for debt service, net, the city, what the city's share is, I got to $13.4 million.
Great.
Right. That was the thrust of the fiscal note. Then the second part went on to the Alana report. And I spent a lot of time looking at it. I thought it was a pretty good report, but I didn't think the executive summary was very good. That was the problem, tying into the numbers from the detail. And then that's when we got to their estimates. And I understand there hasn't been real design. They're just looking at, you know, how big everything is going to be, all this kind of stuff. They got to a figure before, including some value engineering estimated in it, at $22 million more than what the baseline we were working with. So that's part of the fiscal note. Then today, after dealing with the state made a good suggestion, because we've seen a couple of other communities go longer than 20 years. We've been doing 20 years bonds. It's the common thing. But the resolution you passed and the General Assembly approved allows up to 30-year bonds. So that decreases the annual cost. The incentive the incentive reimbursement is now 55% instead of 52.5%, which is what we were dealing with earlier, but when the state bond passed, that increased. So that's why I get down to a lower number of $12.6 million. And then I also gave you what it would be net debt service cost, responsibility of the city, if we did 25-year bonds or 30-year bonds. And at 25-year bonds, that $12.6 million figure comes down to 11.3 million. With 30-year bonds, it comes down a year instead of 12.6 million. But the total cost that you're paying over the 50 years is like $50 million more for 30-year bonds. But it reduces your annual cost. It reduces your
Excuse me, can we keep decorum, please?
so that's.
Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. All right, so my question is, if we just go to your table
Yeah.
on page 2, can you just take us through your project cost? So
You're talking the $350 million at
yes,
the top. Yes.
yes.
And that's the baseline that we were working with. Then you take out the 23.4 million, which is the amount that the state is going to be paying. It to deduct that from the 350 million you can borrow. That's the way the law reads. So that gets you down to $326.6 million.
But Director, can we start at the top at the project costs?
Which column now?
So we can start at the 350. So
Yeah.
so obviously we've passed a bond referendum for 350,000.
Yeah.
And we've seen estimates that are in the range of, the earlier Colliers, 133 for Pilgrim, 100 and I think 40 and change for Tollgate. And then we've seen the refresh from Alana, both of them around 150. So take us through the 350 and then the additive of the additional 22 million.
All right. So if you go to, I hope we're looking at the same table.
I think we are, yeah.
All right. So you go to the 350, then you add $22.1 million, which is after dealing with Alana and one of the architects working on this. I'm comfortable with that number. That gets you to 372.10 million. Then you've got the pay-go, 48 million. On the new part, if you're over, the state approved 314.6 million. They're not going to, if the costs are $22 million higher, as where we stand now, they're not going to pay any reimbursement on any additional costs. It's going to be 0% reimbursement on additional cost of $22 million. And I get to, in my corrected table, I get to, if we were able to borrow that money at prevailing interest rates, and I've got interest rates a little bit higher than what we just sold bonds September 13, a little bit higher. Reserve has not stopped on the trajectory, especially on the short end of the yield curve. And there's going to be rating pressure if we're going to be borrowing this money. And we go through a detailed, every time we sell bonds, the mayor's involved, I'm involved, we're involved in their analysts rating our, and they're concerned about, with us, they're concerned about post-employment liabilities, pension, OPEB. They're also concerned about how much debt you're going to, and this is a big chunk of debt we're talking about. So I'm concerned that there's going to be, the ratings challenges are going to be significant going forward if we decide to proceed on this. So I've left it at what we were assuming. You remember when we had the meeting back in May, when you passed a resolution urging the General Assembly to change the funding method to allow reimbursement before project
On the
completion.
on the
Yes,
short-term debt,
I'm
right?
using the same, interest rate assumption, 4.32%. Could be better than that. And we were just sale a week and a half ago. So that, the $22 million, if we were able to borrow, either by using the 56 million, by going back to the voters, or some other method, I have that as another $1.7 million a year, amortized over 20 years.
20 cents.
So if we go back to your project costs of the original 350 plus the 22
Yeah.
from Alana to 372.10,
Yeah.
are there any interest costs built into that? Are there any other costs beyond the direct building costs built into that number?
You know, all I'm doing is I'm taking $22 million and looking at what our annual debt service would be on borrowing $22.1 million at the 4.3% interest rate and assuming 20 years. The number would drop down a little bit if we did 25 years or 30 years, as I suggested on the baseline, the $350 million baseline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any questions or comments?
I have questions for the director, please.
I'm sorry, Councilman. We're trying to get to the public. You had the 10 minutes, and I'd
Yeah,
like
but
to get to
I
the
didn't have
public.
an opportunity to ask questions to the director.
I think you did have an
So-
opportunity. You chose to make a statement those 10 minutes. So,
Well, now he just spoke
Councilman,
again, so I have more
Councilman,
questions.
per your requests, per your reminder, and per my reminder to you, it is now the public's opportunity to speak. So I am going to give the public the opportunity to speak. We as council people have the right to talk about this again during the council meeting. Want to give the public the opportunity to ask questions.
So members of this council don't have an opportunity to ask Mr. Schaefer questions on what he just testified to. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is you had the opportunity and you used those 10 minutes to
He
speak.
didn't make those
So
comments till
I'm
just
done,
now.
Councilman, I'm done. I'm going to give the members of the public the opportunity to ask questions, speak. When we are in the regular council meeting, you may ask any further questions you may have. Is there any members of the public? I ask that you please identify with your name. Please come up and you may identify with your name.
Hi, Cindy Wilson. So, Mr. McAllister, I read your letter to the editor in the Warwick Beacon where you stated that you were in favor of the school construction project. So I assume that you read the Alana report thoroughly. Yes or no?
Are you, who are you directing that question to?
Mr. McAllister?
Council President?
Yes, I read the report.
So you do realize that this vote is going to indebt this city for generations, and you have publicly stated that you are in favor of the project. So I assume that you do know all the different changes that in the Alana proposal, because you have read it, so you could list them for us?
Ma'am, at this time, we are here to listen to your concerns or your interest on this, so you can your thoughts on this, but this is not a time, I'm not going to be answering questions. You can just
Okay, I'll take
present.
that for a no. So here's my concern. My concern is that you guys don't know. And listening to the finance director, I mean, I think Ashton Kutcher is going to come out and we're being pumped. I mean, he really sounded more negative than I feel about it. He was like, well, we can't. I don't know why. I'm not sure why. I don't know why we did that. I don't know what that adds up to. And that was dismal at best. And so, Mr. McAllister, perhaps you'll honor me with this answer. Would you agree that the original design that was publicized and promoted by the school department is very different than what we voted on?
Excuse me, Mr. President, ma'am, if I could ask, this is to speak for or
Well,
against.
I'm
If you
curious
had,
as to what
ma'am,
he knows.
I'd like to finish my statement. If you would,
Thank you.
if you would like to ask your council person who represents you these questions, feel free. But this is bringing up concerns, questions to the developers or to the school department. This is not a gotcha moment. It's not intended to be a gotcha
I'm
moment.
not, gotcha. This is a
This
got us
is,
moment.
well, it's gotcha.
It's a got us moment.
It
Isn't
got
the
you-
president,
ma'am, it got you, it's a gotcha moment when you are trying, when someone doesn't answer your question, you say, well, then obviously you don't know.
well, because
That's
if I said,
childish.
if I
So
didn't
you have
answer, it would be because I
questions
don't know. I guess I'm
specifically to
basing
the
that on somebody
development,
with some brains.
Ask
So
the,
Mr.
please
Lattiser is
ask
my
the question.
council person.
Perfect.
Is he not my president? Is he not the president of the city council? So I can't answer to him?
Question about the school construction. Or do you, or an opinion of the school construction, releasing the bonds?
Yes.
Thank you.
My comment is that I believe you should table this till everybody knows the answers, especially the finance director. I mean, don't you see how, I'm 67 years old. This is gonna, I'll be dead before this is paid for. I don't have a kid in the school, but I want great schools for kids, but I know this. I know that if you're a real estate agent, you don't sell someone a house based on the schools. Isn't it great? Look at the play yard. You do it based on the education that we give the kids. So you know, I think that that's what's more important. Not that we have, thank you. Not that we have brand new schools. I mean, you know, we should table this out of respect for the constituents. You guys should table this. Can't you see how many people don't want it? And those are the people that came out in the terrible rain. Those are the people. There are many people that don't. There are many Facebook groups that speak against this. They can't afford this. I was at a meeting where a lady was crying, say that she would lose her house. She's on a fixed income. I'm on a fixed income. I rent a room out in my house so I can pay my mortgage now. What am I going to do? Build a shed and rent it out? I mean, this is just crazy. And if you guys have any respect for the citizens of Warwick, you will table this, and you will table it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Good evening.
Ann Sheridan. So I guess I'm going to continue with that same line of thought. Have we looked, no, not how. How have you looked at the 10-year, 20-year payback for the taxpayers? It's expensive. And, you know, the finance director is saying the debt's only, you know, $10 or $12 million a year. That's fine. That's probably $2 on the tax rate. He's already said we've got another $2 on the tax rate. And how much more? There's a lot of unfunded liabilities that need to be made up. And there's a lot of things that go into figuring out where our taxes are going to go. And God forgive me, but I never thought I'd say this. I'm a senior citizen, and there's a lot of, and I'm really a senior citizen, and there's a lot of us like this, and I've argued on so many sides of this that it's not your responsibility to keep us in our houses, but it's your responsibility to budget effectively and efficiently and transparently. And I don't think we feel that there's much transparency in this. There's a lot of figures that are floated out, and I was quite appalled to think that a contractor wouldn't include demolition. I mean, I'm not a brain surgeon, but if you've got 2 schools that you're gonna redo, somebody's gonna demolish those damn schools. You know, it's like we're sucked into the buy one, get one. You go into CVS and there's all these sales. You buy one, 50% off, and God forgive me, and I'm sure a lot of people like me, you end up buying something you don't need. Sure, we need 2 schools. I mean, the kids are our future, and this Warwick needs a great future. Our kids are failing today. We've got 30% proficiency in English. We've got 22% proficiency in math. We're at the bottom third in the state for educational levels. East Greenwich is paying $18,500 for their kids to go to school. We're paying $24,000, and we're failing. It's miserable. We're failing miserably. It costs $15,600 to go to Hendricken. And we're paying $24,000. There's a problem with what's happening, and we need a new school. We maybe only need 1 school, and I know the council president said we shouldn't be talking about this, but let's be realistic. We need to talk about the future. And one single school could provide not only for the future expansion and new things that are going to be coming, it could make sure that we've got anticipating the downside in the growth, because people aren't having kids. The whole younger generation isn't having kids. We don't have any room in Warwick to build new flats, new apartments. I mean, you got the airport that's taken up the middle. We're not going to build new houses. All we've got is our buyers that are going to build it. The commercial, historically, commercial property pays less and less percentage of the property tax base. Every time you have a real estate, you have a revaluation, the homeowners pay a higher value, and the real estate, commercial real estate decreases. So the homeowners are going to be paying more and more and more. What's the right amount? I don't know, but this doesn't feel right. And maybe that's why people are complaining about it, because it just doesn't feel right. I mean, any commercial endeavor, somebody sits down with spreadsheets and they do 10, 15, 20-year analysis to prove that you can pay it. So either somebody's done that and they don't want to share with us, or we're just saying municipalities can't fail on bonds, so one way or the other, we're going to roll out the bonds, and who's ever here is going to pay the bill. I really think it would be in a lot of our best interest if we could all take a break and step back and look at this again and perhaps look at alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob Cody, Ward 7. First of all, I'm not sure how many people in this audience or on this committee, in this council, have been involved in school construction or project management meetings or pre-construction meetings, but I've been doing it for a very long time. And I'm going to tell you again, when I told you a year ago, you will not build these schools for $350 million. It's out of the question. It will not happen. Let me just review a couple of errors that we found through the process. And let me regress by saying, if there's any council member in here that can't be honest with the people in this audience and say, yes, what we sold you is not what you're getting, you don't deserve to be an elected official. It's a yes/no question, Mr. McAllister. Mr. McAllister. Simple. Yes/no question. Would you agree that what was originally presented to these people is not what they're getting now? Can you answer that yes/no question, please?
I just want to let you know that this is your opportunity to be spoken.
Let the record show that he can't answer it, but that's no surprise. No surprise. So let's talk about the errors. The first error, when it was presented to the city council, actually before they didn't even have the documents on February 7th when they voted. But when I got the documents on the 1st of March, we found a $74 million error because the financial geniuses, they only amortized it out to $300 million, not $350. That was fixed months on the supplementary stage 2 document, which is in my hand, to show a $74 million error. And in the supplemental documents, what they failed to disclose to us originally was, guess what? There's an $11.7 million underwriting fee. 85.7 million in errors. Nobody caught. We had to. No problem, right? It's all going to go on time. Here's the letter from Kevin Putney, the senior cost estimator, that sent this to the city council. Did anyone catch this error? Where he lists Pilgrim as 22,268 square feet. Anybody catch this? Did the administration catch it, Mr. Schaefer? Pilgrim's not 322,268 square feet. It's 232,000 square feet. So you got almost 100,000 square foot error from the senior cost estimator, notwithstanding the fact that every single itemized line item per cost per square foot is wrong. Every one. I do this. I'm involved in it every day. None of you people are. I can tell you this, in 27 years of building schools, one came in on time, on budget, one came in close. Presently now I'm involved in 7. Every single one of them dramatically cost overruns, dramatic. But here's what's more important. Let's look at common sense. Alana's estimate of $662 is a joke. We've just seen in the news Central Falls value engineered their new high school. They're using the same trades, they're using the same products, same skill set. They're at $775 a square foot. Take the difference of $113 a square foot. You have a shortfall of $52.8 million. Third grade math. No one's doing it. 52.8 million shortfall. I said a year ago, and I said to Mr. Tester at the school committee meeting, there's no way you'll do this school for less than 382 million. And now we see you're going to use non-union labor? You have any idea what kind of strife that's going to cause? I can tell you because I talk to the trades on a regular basis. I mean, the errors are so massive that you have to stop and look at this again. You know, I just started a new school last Monday. Same group of people in Massachusetts. First thing on the job, first morning, they said, Rob, we value engineered the hell out of this school. What's value engineering mean? It means cost cutting, cheapen the product, cheapen the building. You know what the first thing to go is? Air conditioning, except in the teacher's lounge and in the administration office. Still getting air conditioning. That's the God's honest truth. I'll give you the documents. Anybody that wants the drawings, come and see me. I'll give them to you. First thing to go. What did I say, Mr. Lattiser? What did I say to you? And I said to people 6 months ago, the first thing they're going to cut out is AC. Boom, gone. So Mr. Amber keeps talking about 21st century learning. Yeah, in a 19th century school. You know what else went just on this project? No masonry facade. We're going to use dense glass and drive it. Think that's going to be a 50 or 60-year school? It's not. Look at the new school in Worcester. First was bid at 246, went to 297, now it's 335 million. They cut out all the solar. They cut out all alternative energy costs. None of them come in on time, on budget. This building will not come in. These schools will not come in on time or on budget. This estimate, by the way, under general requirements, it's really funny how they cut out 75% of the cost of the general requirements. And when you go through it, what have they cut out? They've cut out fees, superintendent fees, temporary heat, as Mr. Lattiser told you, garbage removal, snowplow removal, porta johns, electrical requirements, permitting. You know what else they cut out? They cut out special inspections. Does anyone know what special inspections are? That's third-party agency comes in and they check everything. Soils, geotechnical, concrete, grout, masonry, welding, bolting, plumbing. They do all that, third-party inspections, not contained within their estimates. Who are we going to have inspect it? Fred Flintstone? Have him come in? I have to tell you. Oh, and another thing, and I'll ask a question to whoever it may be, the school committee or Mr. Schaefer. Has the engineer of record been made aware of project cost estimates? Because obviously he's the person that's got to sign off. Can anyone answer that question? If the EOR has been made aware of this? Anybody? No? It's kind of disturbing. You don't know that? Does anyone know? Yes? No? Pardon me? I can't hear you.
Listen,
To
can you
speak
do
on
me
the
a
mic.
favor? If someone can speak to the microphone, please. Identify when you go up, and you can speak to through the chair. Thank you.
Steve Gothberg, Director of Construction, School Department. What we have, Rob, is, Mr. Cody, is we have a team that did the stage 1, stage 2. We do not move forward other than that unless we receive the bond. Then the teams comes together and we actually design the building.
Well, you do have a first, on your stage 2 document, you do have a letter from the engineer of record from O'Day Engineers.
I couldn't hear you. What?
Pardon me?
I could not hear you.
And,
And the stage-
before you ask the question, I apologize if you could just ask it through the chair so it doesn't. Thank you.
The original stage 2 documents, you do have a letter from the engineer of record.
Director?
We have a design team, that's correct.
Right. But I can tell you that they have not consulted the engineer of record in over a year. So they don't know about any changes whatsoever. And those are integral changes because that's going to change the entire engineering of the building. The fact of the matter is, putting all this aside, the fact of the matter is that as an elected body, you haven't done your homework, right? When we came out and told you you're not going to build these schools for that amount of money, the school committee did a peer review. Mr. Testa hid those documents. And when the documents finally came to light, we saw an additional $24 million just on the structural side. But the fact of the matter is, we were sold a product that we're not going to get. Ms. Danbrook and Ms. Gothberg and the school committee made 3 presentations and told us about the atriums and the 21st century learning and the outdoor spaces and the high ceilings and the air conditioning. We're not getting that. That's what you presented to the voters. And they're not going to get that now. So not only is that completely disingenuous, and by the way, let's not forget that during that time when they were promoting it, they violated state law and city law by putting political signs on state and city property that were relevant to pushing the schools forward. So everything they have done has been deceptive. And now the final deceptive point is a cost projection where 5th grade mathematics, every single line item contains errors, a cover letter where the senior project manager makes 100,000 square foot error, and you're saying that these schools are going to come in at $662 a square foot. I'm going to go on record to come back when they don't, to mock all of you, because it's not going to happen. Bare minimum, right now, schools are at $800 a square foot. Even the schools that are being value engineered, cost overruns. And once that shovel goes in the ground, guess what? That building does not stop. They're coming back to you people for more money. I'm watching this happen for 27 years. Nobody here has been on a school project start to finish in construction costs from first shovel in the ground to topping off. Not to mention commissioning. All these costs. By the way, the Alana cost, no furniture. No furniture. We're going to have the kids come in, we're going to be on concrete floors. No furniture. No rugs, no desks, no chairs, no computers, no tech. In the stage 2 report, that was an additional $14 million.
Mr. Cody, you hit the 10-minute mark.
Now, let me just close by saying this. It is incumbent upon the city council, as your fiduciary duty to your residents, to table this until such time as the numbers are solid and firm and the residents vote again on whatever these changes may be. You need to be fair to us, not just to, we all want new schools. I want new schools. I've been saying it for 6 years, 7 years. I was the first person to come up and scream at you people to build new schools. Remember? I said you can do it number of students times 200 square feet per student times $250 a square foot. You laughed at me, remember? Now it's $800 a square foot or north of that. We need to crunch the numbers and present this to the voters again if it's 1 penny more than $350 million. Thank you.
Hi, Cynthia Cook, Namqua Drive.
Thank you.
Aren't I lucky to talk after Mr. Cody? Okay, first and foremost, I am not against the schools. However, what the people voted for is not what they are going to get. Therefore, it should not be voted on tonight. The senior citizens, are the senior citizens getting that track that I heard about? I don't think so. Therefore, even the seniors vote. They voted because they liked that. They're not going to get it. The 2 buildings have been reduced by 50,000 square feet. Is that something the people who voted for on the bond issue, do they know that and understand it? Is it true that the city may switch to some non-union workers? Do the people know that? You, councilman, really going to try to eliminate air conditioning, even though Warwick schools closed this year on extremely hot days? What about all the other downgrades with materials including things that won't last as what the original plan was. Many things on the list I saw that may be eliminated or downgraded from what was voted on. I've only named a few. Also, if you extend the bond payments to 30 years instead of 20, the children in the schools now will be burdened by the higher taxes and will not even be able to own their own homes. If you don't know the impact of the changes on the children who will attend, and you don't know the dollars that the millions of dollars that the 10 years will add to the cost, it's just not what the people voted for. If you don't know a lot of the answers to all the questions presented to you tonight, don't vote on it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, sir.
My neighbors, Jim Italiani. When my old school district needed 2 schools, and we were talking about equity back then, what we did is we built one state-of-the-art school and then had the students change schools every other year. That's how we worked that out. That saved a lot of money. The one thing we know for sure is that we don't know most every single fact related to this schools. We don't know. You were talking about, we're going to get a 50-year bond. We're engineering these schools down to where they won't last, maybe 30 years. Wouldn't that just be lovely? So, and you listened, I think, to South Kingston, found themselves just a couple of days ago in the same predicament where the tear down cost for that school came. It was verified that it was only be 1.2 million. Now it is 5 million, folks. And by the way, did you know, according to Hennig, which is the biggest mutual bond broker in the United States, I believe that the average school in New England is about 28% over budget, folks. There's a good figure for us. Now, I'm not saying that's here. That's just in New England. So we know, again, that we don't know. The thing for sure is what was offered is not what we voters are getting. So therefore, my dear neighbors and my dear councilman, my dear attorney and my dear mayor, it is not legal for you to vote and approve something that the people did not approve. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, one moment. Mr. President?
Thank you very much. As I discussed earlier this evening, we're going to pause the committee right now at this time. We have one other committee to conduct. You will be able to speak. We're going to pause. We're going to do this one committee. Then we're just going to pause until 7 o'clock. Then we will start up the full council meeting at 7 o'clock. Excuse me, everyone. So if you would like to speak and you haven't been able to speak, you will be able to speak on this subject. So I don't want anyone to think that you're not going to have an opportunity to speak. We've been going on for about since 5 o'clock here. So I'm going to ask the chairman if he could, and I'm going to ask Solicitor Walsh to get us the right way to get this to the, hold on one second, please. So at this time, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to request that you refer these two items to the full council with public comment.
I make a motion to pause, correction, Solicitor, should I close the committee?
The council president has requested that the two items remaining, PCR 9923 and PCR 123, be referred to the full council with public comment. So it would, if the committee were to vote that way, it would conclude the committee portion of the evening, and following the convening of the full council at 7 o'clock, the full council would continue the discussion with the public.
Thank you. Then I will put it to a motion. PCR 99-23, I move that it goes to move to the committee with public comment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. One more, Councilman. Next, PCR 100-23, a resolution authorizing the waiver of conditions on ARPA funds provided by the Warwick School Department in fiscal year 24 budget. An allocation of increased state aid to the Education and School Committee's account without a reduction of the $1 million ARPA contribution. I make a motion to move this to the council with discussion and open to public comment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The time is now for 6:41. The Finance Committee is closed.
Thank you. We have one item on public safety. If we could have that committee meet at this time, and then we will pause until 7 p.m.
Order at 6:43. We need silence in the chamber, please. The first order of business is acceptance of minutes from the committee meeting held on September 6th. Do
So
we have a
moved.
motion? Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The claim PCR 92-23, Julitza Ray's claim is, I'm making a motion to hold to 10/2/23 meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. I think we have one more set of minutes from the September 6th meeting. I don't see them. We're all set. The committee closes at 6:44.
That concludes the committees for this evening. The full council will be convening promptly at 7 p.m.
Just one more announcement. So there is also public comments at Rule 41, which you can sign up to as well. However, that does not preclude you from speaking again when this comes before the full council. So you can speak at both times. There is a comment. You can speak on any item related to the city business. So there's two opportunities to speak. So you do not have to sign up for public comment to be heard on the schools. You can do both or neither. Thank you. We'll see you at 7 o'clock. Good evening, everyone. We're going to start the meeting. Good evening. I call the September 18th, 2023 Warwick City Council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Here.
Mr. Foley?
Here.
Mr. Gephardt?
Here.
Mr. Howe?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Here.
Mr. Ricks?
Here.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Here.
9 present.
Thank you. Councilman Foley, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
My pleasure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Before we get started, I have a housekeeping item. The undisclosed vote taken by the Warwick City Council during executive session of the September 6, 2023 meeting was a unanimous vote to enter into a consent order regarding plaintiff's motion for a temporary restraining order in the pending litigation of Cody v. Travis, case number CA23-346. First up on the agenda this evening is number 1, marks not to exceed 5 minutes by Mr. Robert Cody regarding issues directly affecting city government. Mr. Cody.
Thank you. Rob Cody, Ward 7. Good evening. Tonight, I'm here to make the comments that I attempted to make on July 23rd prior to Councilwoman Travis violating my First Amendment. I began by congratulating Councilwoman Travis for making another front page of the Providence Journal because of some ethical questioning business deals. It's publicity around unethical behavior such as that does not put the city of Warwick into a favorable light with the general public. We need to do better. That's all I wanted to say then. Secondly, I received from the city clerk this official accountability sheet from the Warwick Fire Department of the personnel on duty at Gatsby Day Parade on June 10th. And it shows that Lieutenant Derek Richard was in charge of the Special Hazard 1 vehicle on June 10th. On that day, during the parade, Derek Richard made and displayed in the windshield of a city vehicle a disparaging poster of me, which was displayed throughout the parade for the sole intent to mock and harass. You may remember this Warwick firefighter, Mr. Derek, as he was the individual that by chance I happened to film him using ladder 1 to take his own dog to the dog grooming parlor on January 19th on the taxpayer dime. And on Facebook stating that this was an unauthorized use of a company vehicle and that he and his supervisor were to be disciplined. Apparently, discipline fell upon deaf ears. I sent 2 letters to both the mayor and the fire chief about this matter, both of which were ignored. Ignoring such behavior in this city is what has emboldened this type of activity and is more likely to continue. It appears that unfortunately, Mr. Richard now has placed the city in a position to have to defend an additional lawsuit. Lastly, at the July 23rd meeting, prior to speaking, the Sergeant of Arms passed out another official document that I obtained. This document is from the National Personnel Records Center of the U.S. military. The record shows that Mayor Bokosi, for some reason, was terminated by the United States Marines. He was asked by the Boston Globe to submit the reason for his early termination, and he has refused to do so. As you're aware, under Freedom of Information, a person's military record is a document that's routinely requested when seeking employment, and it's a fair document for any employer to ask for. As you all know, this mayor has constantly boasted and stated that he has the most transparent administration in Warwick's history. I believe that the taxpayers of Warwick have the right to know why he was terminated from the military. After all, we are his employer. And this speaks to character. We can only assume, since he has refused to sign the standard 180 release form, which anybody can sign at any time, that there must be something else to hide. And I'd like to know what that is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the agenda is general communications. This is announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events. I have one. I'd like to congratulate the organization REMO, which Councilman Howe is the president. They run the military lounge at the airport, and they recently celebrated 10 years of all volunteers that there to serve the military members that are flying in and out of TF Green Airport. They've served over 50,000 individuals since they started, including over 1,000 since July of this year. So I just like to congratulate Councilman Howe, the entire REMO volunteer organization that does this, that gives a nice place for the people that are serving our country to kind of sit back, relax, wait for their flights. The Cardi Corporation has been great, donating the furniture that is in there, and they actually named one of the 2 rooms there after Mr. Cardi. So I thought that was great. I think Mayor Bokosi attended, Councilman Lattiser attended, and you had the support of the members of the council as well. So congratulations to REMO. Congratulations, Mr. Howe. Are there any other general communications from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
Unless there are any other members who would request a moment of silence. This would be regarding Eleanor Chadronay. So let's see, I see a couple of hands up. I don't know if we would want to combine any moments of silence.
We'll do one for each person.
Okay. Thank you. So Eleanor Chadronay unfortunately passed away last week. She was the wife of my predecessor on this city council, Thomas Chadronay, who served on this council for 4 years. She was a decades-long resident of Warwick, contributed a lot to the city, and I would request a moment of silence.
Thank you. We'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a moment of silence for Bernard Johnson. This gentleman lived in Ward 5, recently passed away, and also recently celebrated his 70th wedding anniversary. Thank you.
A moment of silence. Thank you. Councilwoman Travis.
To have a moment of silence for Alexander Sinapi, which is Councilman Anthony Sinapi's grandfather. And I believe the funeral was today. We're lucky to have you with us today. But I'd like to have a moment of silence.
Thank you. A moment of silence for Mr. Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, obviously, there's a lot more people in attendance in the meeting now than it was at 5 o'clock. So I would request that you reiterate Rule 20, please. Thank you.
Yep. Go ahead. Is there anything else under general communications for members of the council? Councilman Howe.
Mr. President, this is a general communication response. Taking advantage of my First Amendment rights, I would like to call out the appalling statement made by Robert Cody concerning the military record of somebody.
Mr. Howe, the solicitor is advising that we should.
So do I sign up then, Mr. President, for the to speak as a public citizen?
The item you're requesting is not a general communication.
So for clarification, if there is a way to rebuttal a false statement by a comment made, and also, if I may, we're setting a precedence, and this is for discussion, solicitor, we're setting a precedence by having someone make a bold statement of something that's very personal and something that is an unfair statement, an untrue statement, because I think I understand the whole discharge pattern of the military. I would like to correct that statement that was made.
Councilman,
Yes, sir.
if I may. Any citizen of Warwick under Rule 1 can speak about issues of city government. It may be more appropriate for your remarks to fall under that general rule. And so since we have a Rule 41 tonight, that may be a more appropriate time to take the same opportunity that was granted for a different perspective on the same issue.
So my follow-up question, should I sign up on the sign-up sheet?
You're a member of you're a citizen of Warwick, you're eligible to do so.
Thank you.
Anything else under general communications? Mr. Howe, I can sign you up. I have the list here. We are now moving on. Nothing else from general communications for members of the council. We are now moving to executive communications. There are none. We're moving to A, the acceptance of minutes from a council meeting held on September 6, 2023. Do I have a motion, Councilman Howe?
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Next up this evening on the agenda is public comment. Rule 41, after general communications and prior to the consent calendar at the last regularly scheduled meeting of the City Council each month, there shall be a period of time not to exceed 30 minutes during which citizens may comment about Warwick government issues subject to the following stipulations. The total period of time for public comment shall not exceed 30 minutes. Comments need to be brief in order to allow as many citizens as possible to participate. Each citizen signed up and present shall have not to exceed 5 minutes to speak, provided, however, that if more than 6 citizens are signed up and present, the 30 minutes will be split evenly among speakers. Time shall not be transferable among speakers. The topics for comments shall be issues directly affecting city government. The city council members will not respond to questions during a public comment period. The public comment session will terminate at the expiration of the earlier of the speakers concluding their allotted time or 30 minutes. Waiver of this provision requires a unanimous vote of the council. 2 points. Again, this is an agenda item of Rule 41 for the individuals who signed up for this. However, we will be going into, we will still be talking about the school bond, and you will be able to speak on that as well. We have 17 individuals who have signed up to speak today. Less than 2 minutes each. Unless there's objections from my colleagues, I submit to make it easier, we'll give everybody 2 minutes. Any objections? Okay. The first speaker that signed up for Rule 41 is Cindy Wilson.
I'm not sure why you're letting these people stand here all this time, but I will say that it's interesting, Mr. Howe, that you would challenge Mr. Cody, knowing what a fact seeker he is. I entertain that engagement. That should be interesting. But I do implore all of you to reconsider and to table this. Everybody wants a new school. I'm not a teacher, but I would love a new school. I would love if I had a kid in the school to have a new school, but I can't afford a new school. And although it is not the responsibility of the citizens to help senior citizens, you know, we did our part. We paid our taxes. I own a home in Warwick Neck. I love it. I love Warwick, most of Warwick. And I just implore you to please reconsider this. There's so many people that are going to be affected. I just implore you to really just take a step back and a deep breath and reconsider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Michael.
Good evening. My name is Mike DeSalvia. I'd like to start out with an email the superintendent sent out last year. Facts and myths. Her answer was fact that schools can be built for $350 million. We all know now that's a myth. She also stated that schools need to be replaced due to the age. This is a myth. Schools are being replaced due to neglect. We were promised a walking track. That's gone. But don't worry. The elderly that would have used it won't be using it because they'll be taxed out of their homes. That's going to be a fact. And what AC being taken out? How's that 21st century? Now let's move on to the company that did this appraisal. Can you tell me how many of these projects your company has done that have been within budget, not going over? And would your company be willing to cover any extra cost to this project if you're confident it can be done at this price of $350 million?
You have 1 minute.
Also, how is pay figured out? If at prevailing wage, what happens when the union takes this job and their pay scale is much higher? I'll tell you, another add-on. Well, yes, we need schools. The Warwick School Department destroyed these schools with neglect. It's just not the time to build with interest on the rise and the uncertainty of materials being available. The elderly deserve better than to be forced out. And remember, you might not like what you wish for. New people, new ideas, new politicians, as Ms. Travis has learned. Have a good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle L.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Landry. I am the Science Department Chairperson at Tollgate High School. Apparently, I am going to go against the grain to what I have heard so far, but that's okay. I'm a big girl. And I'm here to speak for the students of Warwick who are sitting right over there, some of whom are sitting right over there. I have heard the phrase 21st century learning tossed around as if it were superfluous to student achievement. The fact is that our current schools cannot support the kind of learning students need in order to be successful adults and future taxpayers. I can provide one concrete example. I have one, there are tons. I can provide you tonight with one concrete example. The use of Bunsen burners in the science lab rooms at Tollgate. We can't use Bunsen burners because if you walk down the A2 corridor,
1 minute.
where are 8 classrooms, the gas on-off switch is in A202. So if A212 wants to use gas for a Bunsen burner for an experiment, the gas goes through all the classrooms in between. And we have to go up and down and make sure all the valves are closed because the kids love to play with the valves, but it's dangerous. So guess what? I stopped using it. About 4 or 5 years ago, I just said no more Bunsen burners. So I have to spend a little over $200 of my budget every year to buy butane burners so that we can do 21st century STEM labs in our science classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sean G.
Excuse me a second, Council President. Joined by a special guest this evening. Honorable members of the council, Council President McAllister, my name is Sean Galligan, 14 Pilgrim Drive, Ward 2, taxpayer, Pilgrim High School graduate, and parent of 3 actively enrolled Warwick Public School students. Tonight's vote clearly has a wide-ranging points within this chambers. Like anything which costs money financially, the impacts will differ house to house, and I respect the positions of everyone within this room. Tonight's vote is more than a vote, though, for 2 schools and what it can cost. It's more than purchasing a brick and mortar. It is an investment. It's an investment into our community. It is an investment, importantly, into the youth of our city. Tonight, I am joined by a Hoxie Hawk by the name of Quinn, a future Pilgrim High School student, and hopefully a Pilgrim High School student attending a brand new Pilgrim, because that's what these children and this community deserves. These students deserve a clean, modern, and safe school.
You have 1 minute.
Looking back to the Pilgrim High School, which my uncle graduated from and then went on to serve in Vietnam, their computer room was filled with typewriters, right? Typewriters. Then when I was there, we had the big desktop computers, and now we're expecting the same facilities to support the electric and internet needs to support Wi-Fi and wireless laptops. In 2017, these buildings were evaluated by a third party. Facility index scores were provided and graded these schools in a position where it would be financially irresponsible to renovate rather than rebuild. So I agree with the opposition on this. I do. That we need to be fiscally responsible tonight. And the fiscally responsible thing to do, according to the third party, is rebuild these schools. And that was back in 2017. Thank you, council members.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alex T.
Oh, you missed it. Good evening, council. My name is Alex Torres, Ward 2 resident. I support the new schools being built for 21st century learning. My daughter attends Tollgate High School, and you have all these children on Wi-Fi, tablets, and Chromebooks, and it can't support the children learning. Half them can't even connect to the internet. So we need to upgrade our schools for the children. But also, I feel like we should find $3 million to put AC in these schools for the students, for the teachers. Nobody would build a new house without AC, so we should not be building schools without AC. That's all I have to say. It's a minuscule amount if we're going to be paying for this bond over 20 or 30 years. I'm pretty sure we can find that money. So build the schools and put the AC in for the teachers, for the students, so they can learn and not go home early because it's too hot out. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barry C.
Barry Cook, Namco Drive, President of the Warwick Taxpayers Association. I must say I'm a little confused, and I'm surprised that nobody on the council picked up on it. Here's my question. Am I on my 10 minutes that I've been waiting for an hour? Yes or no?
Oh, you're on public.
This is Rule 41. Go ahead, sir.
I couldn't hear what you said.
This is Rule 41. We don't answer questions at this time.
What about the 10 minutes that I was allowed to speak about the resolution?
Yes, I've mentioned that many times. You will still have an opportunity to speak on that.
So
This is the
again,
sir, you have a minute 30 left to speak on any city issue at this time.
I want to speak on the behavior of you, Mr. McAllister. We've been standing in line for an hour. It appears to me this is nothing but a stall tactic. So here's my comment. This meeting to discuss the resolution is fraudulent. This resolution is fraudulent. This whole activity that you're proposing this evening is improper. So as far as I'm concerned, there should be no vote tonight on this issue. It should be tabled. I'll be back for my 10 minutes because I have a lot more to say. But I want to end with this. Tonight we have members of the Warwick Taxpayers Association, members of various community groups. We filled our side of the hall.
I need you on the
They
mic.
filled their side of the hall. Our members here want answers. And you know what? There are no answers coming that are worthwhile. I'm done. I'll be back for my 10 minutes.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cynthia C. Is there Mrs. Cook or Ms. Cook?
Cynthia?
She spoke last time.
She spoke an hour ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. We'll go to the next speaker then. Rob Cody.
Let me just reiterate what I said before pertaining to the school construction. We're not against schools. We're against presenting the accurate information to the voters. The information you presented to them is not what they're going to get. Virtually every aspect of this construction project has been changed. We've had multiple errors along the way. Stage 2 documents, 85.7 million in errors. The new documents from Alana, virtually every single line item on cost of the construction, the math is incorrect. There's mathematical errors all the way through it. You just can't indebt the future generations of the city of Warwick with this amount of millions of dollars without sharpening your pencil and having documents that don't have mathematical errors and omissions of millions of dollars. You can't do that. That's a breach of your fiduciary duty to do that to both the kids, the students, and the residents. It's not about who wants schools and who doesn't want schools. We all want them, but we want to know that the senior citizens aren't going to get taxed out of their homes.
1 minute, Mr. Cody.
We want to know that the people in Warwick are getting what they voted for and not being put through a big bait and switch scenario, because that's exactly what's taking place. So all we're asking you to do, verify your documents, substantiate your mathematics so they're correct, so that we don't find errors in third grade mathematics, and put forth the project to the taxpayers that they can vote on, that they have the confidence to know that officials gave them what they asked for and didn't bait and switch. That's all we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jim.
Thank you, neighbors. Dear friends, about the schools, we have been conned. What we were promised, what we voted on, is not what is being offered. So I'm just reiterating. Of course, we're here to educate our children. Of course, we don't want to be one of the lowest school systems in one of the lowest states in this nation. How can we expect our children to do even as well as we did unless we properly educate them? But let's not get conned. And I'm not saying you guys conned. They don't have the right figures. We don't have the right figures. And we're being sold a bill of goods. WPRI tonight in print said, oh, it's only going to cost $300 million. I believe you guys retracted it. Thank you. But there's been so much misinformation that's going on and on and on. We need to figure out what we really need to do, what the real costs are, and let's work together for our children. And the other thing, we have teachers working almost without a contract coming up.
You have 1 minute.
We got to take care of them. So let's not spend all the money in the school and then slit our throats of our teachers. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Darlene N.
I actually gave my last name. It's Darlene Netco. Ward 7, lifelong resident of Warwick, homeowner, taxpayer, just like everybody else. And I'm here to speak in favor of the schools, which I've done many times before. Let's not forget that twice the voters of Warwick voted for the state of Rhode Island to issue bonds to reimburse cities and towns for the costs of new schools. Twice Warwick voters did that. That's 78% of the vote. So our tax dollars are going to the state of Rhode Island. Then the Warwick taxpayer, the Warwick voter, voted for these 2 new schools and voted knowing that there would be reimbursement. And in fact, the reimbursement is actually higher than originally planned because the state of Rhode Island went back and did some more, figuring. So we're actually going to get a 55% reimbursement instead of the 52 and change. To not vote on this resolution to issue these bonds is a slap in the face to all of the people who voted for these schools. This issue has been litigated at the ballot box. These schools need to be built. I teach in a windowless classroom. Half of Tollgate has no windows. Some of my colleagues that do have windows describe their rooms as pizza ovens because of the way the morning sun beats on the brick on the 3rd floor of the building. You can't expect students to learn in these conditions. People scoff at the term 21st century learning. Maybe learn something about what that means before you laugh at it and make fun of it. Because our kids are 21st century kids and they're learning in 20th century buildings, and the buildings have outlived their natural life. Pilgrim cannot have any more electrical upgrades to it. You can't do anything else with it. And Tollgate is pretty close to it. And I've said it before, I'll take you into our English department book room and I'll show you the spaghetti that's in there, all the wires that are supposed to be running all our tech.
Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, vote for the schools.
The next speaker, Robin, looks like.
My name is Robin Cardenas. I contacted many of you this week.
If you could speak right into the mic, it's very hard to hear in here.
Which one?
Ours.
Okay. I urge you to vote no on this issue. I don't think it's us versus them. We do need new schools. I'd love a brand new Mercedes. We just can't do it right now. And especially drawing it out over 30 years is even a worse idea. We just can't afford this right now. I'd love to have new schools, but I think it feels like a bait and switch. I saw the presentation at Tollgate rather, which I am a graduate of. It was a beautiful school. And there's no reason our children shouldn't have something like that. But we can't afford 2 like that. One good school is better than nothing. So please vote no and do the right thing.
Thank you. Next up is James A.
James Harrison, Warwick resident since 1972.
And we've heard a lot of numbers tonight. So I have a number for you, 58-41. 58 yes, 41 no. I have been involved in this since the beginning. I have heard the same arguments made by these people. There is no bait and switch here. They have been making the same argument. This bond was put to the voters. The voters voted 58-41. They want this schools. They want this schools. They are expecting you to deliver these schools. I am expecting you, as a taxpayer, as a person who voted yes, to deliver these schools. You represent me. You represent the will of the people of Warwick. They want these schools. A couple other numbers that have been thrown around. So it was, always remember, it was not a special election. It was an even year election.
You have 1 minute.
Everybody knew that this question was on the ballot. There was no surprise. There was no October where only 600 people voted for it. More people voted in Warwick than in Providence. And again, 58 voted yes, 41 voted no. After they made their presentations, after they made their arguments, the people of Warwick want this. 58-41. Please remember that later tonight. Do your job. Represent the people of Warwick. None of you, Mr. Lasser particularly, is an Edmund Burke. You are not Edmund Burke, sir. Do what the people of your ward overwhelmingly voted for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Cheryl.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Adesi. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I've lived in Warwick for 54 of my 60 years. I went to Hoxie School, where I was a member of the first grade class there when it was a brand new school. I also went to Gorton and graduated from Pilgrim in 1981. My son also went through Warwick schools, graduating from Tollgate last year. Pilgrim was in horrible shape 43 years ago when I graduated, 42 years ago, and still is. I know that over the years, many Band-Aids have been slapped on these buildings, but there comes a point where Band-Aids just won't help anymore. We're long past that point. Our children and our grandchildren deserve better. We, the voters of Warwick, approved the bond to build these new high schools. So let's quit the bickering and get it done. There are some who want to put it back on the ballot to re-vote. In our democracy, that's not how things work. We don't get to vote again just because we're not happy with the results. So, members of the City Council,
You have
I
1 minute.
implore you to approve these buildings. Thank you for your time.
Chris B.
Chris Barker, Ward 3. The voters of Warwick have been sold a false bill of goods. Since the initial propaganda used to cajole passage of question 4, the square footage has been reduced approximately 49,000 square feet. Of all the features and amenities falsely presented to the public, how many have been value engineered out of the final product? I request that the vote on releasing the bonds be tabled until such time as the city's elected officials and school committee can commit to a clear and transparent offer to the public and not the false promises in the presentations leading up to the vote on question 4, of which 36.1% of Warwick residents voted on. While you're at it, stop using the children's future to extort a bad deal for the city's taxpayers and do your due diligence. Is this really the best our city can do? A bait and switch? What this city truly needs is fiscal responsibility, a new moral compass, and the gumption to act in the interest
You
of
have
the
1 minute.
taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Darrellyn G.
Good evening. My name is Darrellyn. I live on Wesleyan Avenue, and I live with 4 generations in my house. The first comment I'm going to give you is from my 82-year mother. Shame on you if you do not vote for this. What is the matter with those people? We voted. The second is from me. I left Warwick for probably about 4 years, and I'm back. This city used to be great. I begged to work in the city because I am also a teacher. And these schools won't be built because I hope to retire before they're finished. However, I currently switched to Tollgate this year. To turn my heat on, there's a toggle switch. I am in one of those classrooms that has 2 windows. I was told how lucky I am because I got a free detox as I sweat. These schools are not 21st century learning. My father and I have had this conversation back in 2017 when we talked about combining schools and the possibility of building schools before we built the middle school that houses 1,200 hormonal students. Try working in that. You have made bad decision after bad decision. And I know nobody wants their taxes put up, but I'm also a business owner. And as a business owner, we need to grow businesses in this city. That's not going to happen if we can't get families back. Families aren't going to come back. They all went to North Kingston and South when we consolidated. If we don't do the right thing for our community, and we don't entice people to come back, then we're going to watch buildings go empty. Our tax base is going to continue to decrease, and that is what is going to drive our taxes up. And I suggest maybe we have those seniors volunteer for Warwick Public Schools, and they can walk our tracks with our kids because they need people and mentors.
Thank you. Next up is Liz N.
Good evening, members of the City Council and Council President McAllister. I'm actually a member of your ward. I live in Greenwood. I'm here this evening as a taxpayer, as a 26-year veteran teacher in Warwick, but most importantly, as a mom. I can't tell you what it's like to spend the majority of your working day and your learning day in a box with no access to natural light. I won't repeat too much of what the previous speakers have mentioned, but both the school department and the city council have both followed through with their due diligence. The taxpayers have spoken. It's been studied enough. Please vote this evening to release the bond money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Tim H.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like just to identify a few things pertaining to some statements that were made earlier.
Please identify yourself. for
I
the record.
apologize. Timothy Howe, Ward 3, great city of Warwick. Less than 1%, as 1% serve in the military. Approximately 99.9 or even, 99.99995 or 4% of that population are under the age of 18 or 18 or 19 years old. They're young. It's a decision that people make, no matter what, to give it the go and try. It takes a lot of thought and courage to try to commit to that career. It doesn't always work. Councilman Lattiser, you can attest to that, joining the United States Marine Corps. Councilman McElroy, you can attest to that, joining the United States Air Force. It's a tough decision. It's a difficult decision for a young person to make. Now, contrary to what's being said or what's being indicated or identified or attempted to make identified, the military, unlike someone who can go ahead and maybe get their records expunged.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. The military does have other than dishonorable discharges. We discharge people all the time. People with the military and the person decide that it's not the best value to go ahead and serve. The military cuts personnel all the time, even during war, when they feel they exceeded their numbers. It happens all the time. It's not a negative thing, but it's a personal thing. And this is a very personal subject. It takes all the courage in the world to take out your credit card, go on a computer in your basement and research people that you're mad at. But it takes more courage. It takes zero courage to do that, but it takes all the courage in the world to go ahead and enlist and sign up and be the less than that 0.5%. It is a very personal issue, and I ask that everyone keep that in mind, that the only thing that identifies of someone's military record is if it is dishonorable. If it's not dishonorable, then it is honorable, and it was done under good test. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Next up is on the agenda is the consent calendar. First up is PCR 101-23, resolution relative to bids, committee report, finance.
Move favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Recommend favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bid 2024-129, bid 2024-161, bid 2024-160, bid 2022-085, bid 2024-162, bid 2024-194, bid 2024-140, bid 2024-193, bid 2024-182, bid 2024-192, bid 2024-180, bid 2024-188, bid 2023-137, bid 2024-164, bid 2023-209. That concludes the bid package, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in the Finance Committee on the bid package? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action on the bid package.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, consent passes.
Thank you. Consent calendar passes. We are now moving to unfinished business. The first is PCR 92-23. This is going to be held to October 2nd. So now we're back to new business, which is PCR 99-23. This is the school bond issue. I know we had a number of individuals, so we're going to go right back to the public. Please come up to the mic, identify yourself, and again, this is if you're for or against the releasing the bonds for $350 million to build 2 new schools.
Point of order, Council President. Just we are going to hear from anyone who wants to speak. So I know some folks have been standing for a long time. Even if they were to sit, we would still hear them when they
Correct.
got back
Anybody
up,
who
right?
would
So-
like the opportunity to speak will have the opportunity to speak at this time. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council President and City Council members. I urge you to vote no on this resolution. If you're taking a vote tonight, I'm opposed to it. And believe me, I was a voter in the ballot, and I wasn't present with all the information I needed to vote yes or no in the booth that day in November. Now, the City Council passed this resolution to get this issue on the ballot back in June of 2022. And they gave charge to the city solicitor and the bond council to take it to the General Assembly for 2 things. The General Assembly says, we'll put it on the ballot. Yes, there's permission to do so. And number 2, yes, City of Warwick, you can seek these bonds if the community votes in favor of it. The bond council, I'm hoping, is present tonight to answer my question, because what we didn't see in the booth to vote was the 20% change to a 30-year repayment period at the cost of another $50 million to taxpayers. That wasn't disclosed. In fact, on the City Council's website, question 4, 20-year repayment term. Now that's 30. That was news that I learned just for this meeting. So is the bond council here tonight to answer the question if that can be done, that change can be done without going back to the voters? And is the city council considering voting on the 20 or 30-year repayment period tonight as part of this resolution?
Is anyone from bond council here? Mr. Schaefer. Oh, it is. He'll turn the mic on for you.
I talked to her yesterday. The language that you drafted that was before you authorizes bonds up to 30 years. And that's what the General Assembly passed, and that's what people voted on. As I indicated earlier, we did numbers on what the annual debt service would be based upon 20 years. Obviously, it's less per year if you do a 30-year or a 25-year amortization. But the statute, the act passed by the General Assembly authorizes up to 30 years.
For me, in the booth, I relied on the city's information, which was 20 years at the time. 20-year repayment term. That was on the city's website. And that was the only information out on any kind of repayment period, 20-year. And this now is going to cost, in a 30-year, $50 million more to taxpayer. That wasn't disclosed. On Mr. Schaefer's physical note, changing topics now, I want to direct you to the last number in it, which is 7.1%. And it says it's the new debt service as a percentage of tax levy. Well, for people like me, that means a percentage of the taxable property in Warwick, which were taxed, so that the city gets revenue to pay their bills and pay their debts. That's at 7.01. The General Assembly, when they pass the Enabling Act to put this issue on the ballot and let the city go after bond money if it did pass through the voters, mentions in there another statute, 4512-2. And in there, it speaks about the maximum aggregate indebtedness. Red flag, 3%. 3% tops without going to special statutory authority to get approval to put additional burden on the taxpayers. We're at 7.01% just for schools. We have existing debt now. So I'd like to know what our existing debt to get our aggregate indebtedness figure that is in addition to this 7.1%. Don't want to ask for projections because we get in trouble. The city can't project, apparently, 5 years. So what is our indebtedness percentage today? That is the percentage of property values, taxes coming in towards paying off our debt. And I guess this would be Mr. Schaefer's question, right? Thank you.
Mr. Schaefer.
Well, there's two questions here. First of all, the 7% that she's referring to is the total debt service on this project after project completion, what I'm saying is that's equal to 7% of the tax levy. So someone might say, well, we'd have to increase our tax of 7% to pay that. Obviously, we would hope to phase it in over a period of years. But you, for example, you were quoted in the paper last week. This is going to cost money. No one disputes that. I'm saying that the value of the debt service to fund from taxes, this amount of money would be in the neighborhood of 7% of the existing tax levy, which this year, as approved by the council in May, is a little over $233 million. The other issue, and I'm going to have to turn a page to get an exact figure. You're going to have to wait a minute, but there's two forms of debt. There's self-supporting debt supported by the general obligation, and then there's sewer debt that the city, it's all paid for from sewer use fees. So the real figure, it's around $70 million. It's going to take me a minute to find the right page. I don't keep numbers in my head. I'm sorry, I just don't remember them, but let me just,
May I continue with my 10 minutes while he's looking for that, please? If you
Go
don't
ahead.
mind? Is that okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so we need to know how far over that warning, 3% we are. Don't know that number. We don't know what it's costing the Warwick taxpayers in additional taxes, quarterly, yearly, based on taxes, our debt, and bills today. Let's not talk about projections. Like I said, the city has a hard time projecting 5 years out. The WSA, when they go out for a loan, they do a rate study. They know how much revenue they need to collect to pay off that debt. They have a debt schedule of paying it back, not just the new one, but all the old ones as well, all the existing ones. I don't see any documents here from the city of how we're going to pay all these debts. The city council approved to release bonds for $56 million for middle schools and elementary schools. Let's add that into the figure here. I don't see our aggregate indebtedness figure. What are we on the hook for? And by the way, when the General Assembly approved that Enabling Act to put this on the voters' ballot, they told Warwick, you're on the hook. You're on the hook for paying back this debt no matter what. And if you don't go after the money and appropriate what that sum is, it's coming out of property taxes. Warwick citizens, property owners, property taxes. We should have a big say because we're the ones on the hook, the Warwick taxpayers. And we don't have all the figures here of how far we're over that 3% with all our city debts, the $56 million just approved by the council, the additional $50 million we're going to see because we're going to a longer rate to make it look better in the short term. And for these two schools, which now exceed what the voters voted for at $350 million. And I don't see the proper numbers to the taxpayers. Haven't seen it when I was at the mic back in June. I said, we're not ready to go back to my kitchen table and have this discussion. Don't have the numbers. Still don't have the numbers. Council's not ready to vote on this tonight. We cannot put Warwick taxpayers in such debt and disarray that they will have to vacate the city. You don't want that. I don't think that's the goal here. But the voters did not have the information they needed at the ballot. And I think if they had all the information, they might be shocked and say, we can't afford this.
You have 1 minute.
$350 million is hard, difficult for the average person to wrap around their head, taxpayer. What does that translate to me? That hasn't been translated down to the taxpayer yet of what these two new schools now are going to cost them. in addition to existing and projected city debt, the whole bundle. I thank you.
Thank you.
I just wait for the answer.
Mr. Shaver.
As of June 30, 22, the general obligation debt was $83.6 million, and there was another $57.9 million of sewer debt outstanding.
Thank you.
Could I have those numbers again slower, please? Clear? I missed them.
General obligation debt of $80.6 million and another $57.9 million of sewer and water debt.
That's present. Correct? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will come up and please identify yourself.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Peloso, small business owner in Warwick, Rhode Island. Born and raised, been here 64 years, graduated Pilgrim High School in 1978, which is a long time ago. I'm all for building both schools as the taxpayers want. I'm also all for a project labor agreement. And I don't see why. I heard one gentleman speak something about union and this other stuff. Union's the best way to build. We need the schools. I got grandkids going to school here. My kids went to school here. We need new schools.
Thank you. If the next speaker would come up and please identify yourself for the record.
Excuse me, Barry Cook, Namco Drive. I just want to make several observations. The first one I want to make is, I saw something tonight in my feed that's pretty apropos. This is what it says: the general population doesn't know what's happening, and it doesn't even know that it doesn't know. So what that means to me is we have an awful lot of open questions. I heard earlier testimony by Mr. Schaefer that on last Thursday, the council was furnished with a fiscal note. That was last Thursday. This is now Monday. So it's hard for me to understand that you received that on Thursday and you spent the weekend going through it so that you fully understand what's in the fiscal note. I find that hard to believe. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Some other observations. The gentleman that was before me had his ironworkers shirt on, and he mentioned the unions. I just want to address that because that was spoken about earlier this evening too. I think his name is Steve, the gentleman that's in charge of building the schools. A question was raised by Councilman Ricks about the statement in the consultant's report. It appeared to say they weren't going to use union wages to build these schools. That's what it said. Something about non-union merit shop. And it indicated to me that there was a question as to whether or not they would use union wages or prevailing wages. So I think the gentleman, Steve, I think his name is, said that that was addressed and changed. Is he here? Is he still here?
That is correct. There you prevailing wages.
So I would like to know what was the result of that change. In other words, if they based the original estimate on non-union wages or non-prevailing wages, and now that's been changed to prevailing wages, what was the change in the dollar amount?
There was no change. They used prevailing wages from the start. They just
I'm
used
sorry,
it.
I didn't understand that.
There was no change. They used prevailing wages from the start. They just used different terminology.
So then the dollar amount was correct in the beginning, and they just failed to identify it properly?
They reported that they used prevailing wages in their report.
Could I have the testimony of this gentleman again, please? He's answering the earlier question. I'd like to answer it again.
You can. He doesn't work for the company that did the report, though.
Okay, so again, I'm hard of hearing. I'm a little confused.
That individual works for the school department. Asking a question about a report. He doesn't work for the company that did the report.
I understand where he works. He testified earlier when Councilman Ricks asked him about the issue on non-union wages. Steve, whatever his last name is, I'm sorry, I don't have it, testified that that had been updated and changed. I'd just like him to go on the record again and reiterating what you said. Could we have his testimony?
He has spoken to that. He said that we've used prevailing wages. So that is We have documentation sent to the administration, sent to the school department, and sent to myself. We have prevailing wages. Continue, sir.
So for the record, what you're telling me is, I just want to make clear, when that was issued, it was using prevailing wage and misidentified as non-union wages.
The information that I received when I asked that specific question in the email I received back said they used prevailing wages.
Okay, thank you. We had testimony a few minutes ago regarding bond counsel, bonded indebtedness, a cap on debt the city owes. I followed that as best I could. And what I got out of that was that there's no bond counsel here tonight, that Mr. Schaefer testified, but the bond counsel is not present. Is that accurate? Okay. So in answer to the question that was raised, we really don't have an answer regarding that because the bond counsel is not here. And I think in that same testimony, the issue was raised about whether we had a 20-year payback, a 25-year payback, or a 30-year payback. And the earlier testimony and the young lady's testimony was that if we use the 30-year testimony, the payback would be $10 million a year, but it would cost us $50 million more. So the question, I guess, and I think it was answered, but I want to be certain. Are you proposing, the council proposing, changing the payment terms from 20 to 30 or 25, or sticking with the 20?
We are not. That is not before us this evening. Before us is just, are we going to release $350 million in general obligation bonds? There's no financing decisions on terms of the bond will be discussed at this meeting. That is not what's before us.
Well, Mr. McAllister, I might say that I disagree with you. It is before us. We're entitled to know that. The other thing I wanted to comment on, I'm just looking at my notes, if you'll bear with me. Now, as I recall, I think a letter to the Beacon regarding your position on this particular issue. You said you were going to support it and that you had 6 co-sponsors. And I understand the 6 co-sponsors, Ed Lattisaw and Mrs. Travis. Everybody else is a co-sponsor of your resolution. There's 2 things I find with that. One, I don't know how you came to the conclusion that you could vote to pass this issue tonight when at the time you wrote that letter, you knew certain information was missing. You didn't have the fiscal note. You weren't confident in the numbers. It was talking about an additional $22 million that's not covered in the bond issue. It was talking about $16.4 million in new debt service. So that information was lacking when you wrote your article. But you're standing by it, even though tonight that all of the information is not available. So I'm wondering 2 things. How did you come to that conclusion without the information? And I'm curious as to how you came up with 6 co-sponsors, because you didn't do it in a public meeting, which would have been proper. So you either did it over the phone, or you did it through email or text messages. So if you did it over the phone, if you did it over coffee, if you did it through email, if you did it through text messages, I think that's a technical violation of the Open Meetings Act.
Well, I can answer that for you, Mr. Cook. At the end of every council meeting, we have a docket session, which is a public meeting. And if you watch the tape at the last council meeting, I said I will be docketing a resolution regarding the school bonds, and I'm looking for co-sponsors. So that was made public, and I believe a number of our colleagues signed up to be co-sponsors right then, and then it was public.
Okay.
And the other 2 asked to be co-sponsors as well. So thank
again,
you.
just for the record, I don't agree with you. And I am intending to file.
You could look at the record.
I told Councilman Ricks, and I'll tell all of you, I'm going to be filing a complaint with the Attorney General's office and let them deal with it. I think it was improper. Now, I want to go back to this issue about union wages and prevailing wages. And I know we rehashed that, and I know you answered it. But just to be clear, if in fact it ends up that you're not using prevailing wages, Certainly, there's a good opportunity for strife, union objections, work stoppage.
As a
So-
point of information, the term used in the estimate is the exact same thing as prevailing wage. You can look it up. It means the exact same thing. The terminology used, to be clear, in the report means the exact same thing as prevailing wage. If you do not believe me,
Thank
you may
you.
look it up.
Thank you, Mr. Sinapi.
Well, Mr. Sinapi, I'm sorry. I don't usually hear too much out of you, and I'm sorry I wasn't paying attention to you. Would you please repeat that?
It's been asked and answered. It is prevailing wage.
Well, he was speaking about definition, and prevailing wage and union wage are different. I don't know what the point was he was making. For the record, I'm not against the new schools. I'm against the way in which you're paying for the schools. Now, it seems to me that tonight we've heard from, or we've seen action for the people who want these schools, and that's fine, that's their choice. I'd like to see at least one new school, but I object to the.
You have 1 minute.
I object to the way it's being paid. Now, in closing, I simply want to say this. I think this vote should be tabled. I don't think you've properly answered the questions of the taxpayers. What you have offered this evening is a building or two buildings that you want to give us. We're not getting the building that was on the bond issue. We're not getting the buildings that the people who are in favor of it wanted. So what we're getting is what you're willing to give us, which is not what these people wanted. So I think the only fair action is the council should table this vote. It should be tabled indefinitely until all their questions are answered to the satisfaction of the Warwick taxpayers. And I might say this too, regarding the total indebtedness. If I remember looking at my notes, if this project is done, it seems to me we're going to have about about $1.5 billion in what I'm considering unfunded liabilities or in total debt. And as the young lady said earlier.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cook.
How are we going to pay for it? I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please identify yourself for the record.
Don Fife, District 31. Mr. President, members of the City Council. I went to Warwick Vets High School. I graduated in 1961. It was the only high school in Warwick at that time. And at that time, we had 20,000 students, one high school, but we had double sessions. And today, I hear we have less than 8,000 students, grades K through 12. How many of those students are seniors? Anybody know? Can you ask that?
I don't know if we have that information at this time.
They must have it. They must have it on record somewhere. I don't think we have to build two new high schools. One.
Excuse me, only one person has the mic. If Mr. Fife is speaking, I need the chatter so it's very hard to
Well,
hear.
it must be on record how many students and how many seniors in Warwick. The superintendent made a presentation at Pilgrim High School, and she said restoring another building will cost just as much. That's not true. Because if that was true, private industry would do that. Private industry does not. They buy empty buildings, they restore them. For example, Market Basket bought Home Goods, they restored it. It's a beautiful building. I call it one of the 7 wonders of the world. And Stop and Shop, they restored their own building on Greenwich Avenue by Lowe's. And it looks, they did that to compete with Market Basket. And it looks good. A company bought Lockwood Group, and they restored that, making it apartment buildings. They didn't build from scratch. That's what private industry does because it's their own money. The city, state doesn't do that because it's not their money. You should, the money you take in, you should treat it as your own money to make your budget. Even the mayor of Warwick, before the bonds were voted on, and I'm going to quote, it was in the August 2nd issue of Warwick Beacon. I'm going to quote. He said, the people of Warwick will be forced out of their homes because they won't be able to afford the property taxes. So why did we go through this process? It sounds like he was against it. He's telling people that they're going to leave. We had once 20,000 students in Warwick, and now we have less than 8,000. People left because the property taxes were too high. And now they're going to be incredible. If these two high schools, we're going to be leaving. The mayor said so. We won't be able to afford to live here. But we're not against the schools. You can do it a lot cheaper by fixing what you got or restoring other buildings. Warwick Vets was built in 1956. It was the only high school in Warwick. They restored it. They even put an addition on. And you can fix up what you got. You got plenty of empty buildings. You should have did that with Aldrich. That was a beautiful building. That was once a high school. Why not make Warwick back to a high school? It was once a high school. And make other buildings junior highs. Let's see. We should be able to see the fiscal note, or that's another. Warwick is right now $1 billion in debt because of funded pensions, unfunded pensions, and healthcare. And you want to add, it's incredible. You cannot tax a community for more than what they can afford. You're just going to run people out of town, including me. And I'm 82, well, I'll be 82 next month, and I don't want to move at my age. Just don't want to move at that age, but I will if I have to. We're not against the schools. We only need one. And you can build up what you have, fix up what you have, and Warwick will still be a beautiful place. And I've been here all my life, all 81 years. Probably the oldest person in here. All right, thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir. The next speaker, come up and please identify yourself.
Good evening. My name is Braden Ogden. My name is Jamie Luna.
My name is Jeremy Luna. My name is Connor Salzalo.
Myself and my teammates are here on behalf of the Tollgate High School athletic programs. We would like to address the lack of access to sports complexes at our school, as well as a suitable environment to train, practice, and become better athletes. We do not have a baseball or softball field on our school campus. We are instead forced to travel across the city of Warwick to play at the Vets Middle School baseball field. This makes traveling to games and practice a major issue in addition to the lack of buses for our teams. Our game times and practices often conflict with that of Vets Middle School baseball, who are not able to practice and play freely on their own field. Practices thus end early or start late for both teams. We ask that you please take into consideration the students and student athletes of our future by providing them adequate
complexes, as well as proper learning environments for the better of the coming generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead,
Hello.
please identify yourself for the record.
Hello, my name is Antonio Pagliarini, and I'm a senior at Pilgrim High School, and I've been in the chorale program for 4 years. I feel that with a new building, the music program could thrive. The music program is a big part of Pilgrim. In chorus alone, we get 70 to 140 members per year. The music program could benefit from its own dedicated room with improved acoustics, tools, instruments, and resources. This program is very important to me and I believe has changed me as a person for the better. I believe a new school could really benefit the music program and other programs and classes that all students at Pilgrim High School love.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Cameron Gavin. I'm in 11th grade. I am an AP and honor roll student, and I'm hoping to bring some more student representation, which we haven't been able to see much of tonight. As someone who is also a member of the chorale program and all-state and drama programs at Pilgrim, they provide a lot of opportunities for kids, such as all-state, chorale, and nationals, and a lot of the kids there do tend to become music majors. And specifically with the school alone for concerts, we have to, first of all, we have to host classes in the auditorium with no AC and concerts in the auditorium with no AC, which, you know, is a problem in its own because it gets very hot in there. And not only are we one of the best pathways in Pilgrim and in Warwick, we are one of the best performing groups in Rhode Island Public School. And I feel like what the new school could do, because I know while money is tight for this project, we're not asking for our own separate auditorium. We're simply asking for a classroom that has better acoustics or can facilitate an actual chorus of kids with 120 or so students. And I feel that that is worth something that you should vote for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bertie McKay, and I am here as a part of the Pilgrim Choral Program. This new school and all the new amenities it would provide to us would allow us just to do what we do even better. Just like Cameron said, a lot of people who are part of these programs and part of the choral program go on to be music majors. And with these new amenities, it would help prepare us better for college and help us, you know, just be better at what we're doing in general. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, and please identify yourself for the record.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is George Landry. For somebody who actually knows me and maybe knows me well, knows me as Kinnimincket George. So I've been around Warwick since 1968. I'd just like to say proud of my students, some of my former students that just spoke. I teach music in Warwick at Warwick Vets Middle School. I am the chorus teacher and would love to see 2 new high schools. Warwick is a beautiful, I think we got to step back here for a second and realize we have true eclectic charm in this city. I grew up alone. This city and these public schools probably saved my life. And because of my wonderful public school teachers, administration, and these schools. I went to Kinnimincket School, which was an older school. Then I went to a brand new school called Hoxie Elementary. Then I went back to an older school called Gorton Junior High School. And then I went to a fairly new school called Pilgrim High School. And I graduated Pilgrim 43 years ago. It is time. I want you to know that each neighborhood in this city is really wonderful if you really know. I have walked the entire shoreline of this city. There's no greater place in this state than the Connecticut Point Sandbar. I've been there at every hour of 24 hours in a day. I've seen sunsets, sunrises, stars, rain. It's beautiful, it's scenic, and let's not lose sight of Warwick. Warwick's a great place to live. Warwick's a great place to bring up a family. I can think of no other place that deserves 2 brand new high schools. It is time to build these high schools and bring these people together. And we're talking about 5 votes. That's all we're talking about, 5 votes, a 5-4 vote from the city council. It will benefit probably the students in kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. It will benefit the families that are thinking of settling here. It will benefit the new families. It's not about me, it's not about today, it's about the future. It will bring in new families. It will help the city of Warwick's reputation. You will have state-of-the-art high schools, athletic fields, and I too would offer the help, my own help, to help you build a state-of-the-art performing arts center for these schools and the future of Warwick students. In the near future and in the upcoming years, houses will and are being built. New businesses are coming. The expansion of the tax base is coming. That will bring new dollars to help alleviate the so-called tax burden. The approval of new schools is simply the most sensible thing to do right now to better our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Darlene, Ward 7, homeowner, taxpayer, etc. In addition to the voters voting for the state of Rhode Island to reimburse cities and towns that build new schools, and in addition to the voters of Warwick voting for these 2 new schools, the city council has done its due diligence. The city council, first of all, the schools had their study. Then they had a peer review study. Then the city council hired an outside agency to do a study. Then the state of Rhode Island helped the city of Warwick and other cities and towns in this endeavor because they're going to reimburse as we go. The pay-as-you-go has passed. The start date and end date for this project has changed. So there is time to plan and get these started properly. There are no other excuses out there to prevent voting for these schools and getting them started. They will increase the value of life in Warwick. They will increase property values. They will attract families into the city. Just look at around the state what happens when a new school is built. Look at all of the attention on East Providence. Look at the attention on North Kingston 20 years ago when they built their new school. Look at Newport breaking ground on a new school. Look at Cranston just opened a new school. There is nothing better than the excitement of a new school to re-energize a community. And that's what you will get when you build these new schools. You heard from current students of both Tollgate and Pilgrim. I graduated from Tollgate in 1984. The school was probably, a little over 10 years old. I sat in a room in the science wing with a leaking roof, with tar coming through, with big sheets of plastic collecting the goo into tubs at the end. We used to rush to get to that class so we wouldn't have to sit in a seat that had tar on it. And that's when the school was only 10 years old. It was built on a swamp. Neither of these schools were built properly to begin with. But why were they built? Because there were 40,000 kids, because Vets was on double sessions. So first Pilgrim and then Tollgate were built. There's talk about, well, we should have one school. That's not what was on the ballot. Furthermore, I heard a question about how many students we have. Both Tollgate and Pilgrim have roughly 1,300 students. So if you put those 1,300 into one building, that's 2,600 students. And when you get into buildings that size, then you have to start talking about how to break them down into smaller units or houses to properly address the social emotional needs of students, to properly address their academic needs. Warwick, as Mr. Landry was just talking about, is a beautiful place. It's a very large place. It's spread out. We have Potawatomi. We have Patuxent. That's a very great distance between. How do you put Potawatomi kids on a bus for 40 minutes or Patuxent kids on a bus for 40 minutes? Geographically, we're spread out. We need the two schools. And the plans are there. So some things may have changed, but the overall structure will be there. And the 21st century learning spaces will be there. The ability to upgrade electronics and computers and internet and everything else. The 3D printers, all of the programs that we can offer, pathways and career center programs. They will be there in this school. And there's talk about not having air conditioning. I don't think anyone in the school department would ever build a building that didn't have AC. The school department has spent the past couple of years upgrading elementary schools and putting AC in them. We know we need the air conditioning. I told you I teach in a room without windows. In addition to being a homeowner, taxpayer, and teacher, my family also owns a small business in this town. My father, who has since passed away, started it a long time ago. And I obviously would feel the effects tax-wise. But I think any tax increase is worth it because, as Mr. Landry pointed out, the more people you have coming in, the more businesses you have coming in, the larger the tax base is going to be. So enough dithering. All contrary to some public opinion, the city council has done its due diligence. The school department, with whom I have some issues, not related to this, has done its due diligence. It's time to do what the voters want and to pass this resolution, release the money, and build these schools. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please identify yourself for the record.
Sure. My name is Greg Mancini. I represent a construction trade association called Build Rhode Island. We are an association comprised of union contractors and also labor unions themselves. Incidentally, I'm also currently a sitting member of the North Kingstown Town Council. I got a couple comments to make. Before I do so, I do want to provide my condolences to Anthony Sinapi, the loss of his grandfather. Anthony, I know your grandfather would be very proud of you. Currently, there are 10 municipalities in the state of Rhode Island that are going to hold off-year special elections for school, or primarily school referendum or bond questions. And the reason why they're doing that is because the state is offering temporary one-time bonuses that will expire on June 30th, 2024. So if these municipalities or Warwick doesn't award a contract to a contractor by that time, they're going to lose out on tens of millions of dollars on something, by the way, in Warwick situations where the voters already approved. So I would encourage you to think about that. I'd also like to let you know that according to the Associated General Contractors, which is the most preeminent national construction trade association, over the past 3 years, the United States construction industry has had unprecedented volatility in material costs, supply chain bottlenecks, and labor costs. And according to them, the situation remains far from normal. And as a consequence, annual inflation in the construction industry since August of 2020 is a staggering 11.2% annually. And according to the Associated General Contractors, there is no indication that that inflation rate is going to let up anytime soon. So meaning, the longer you delay your projects, the longer you delay the will of the people, the more you're going to pay in the long run. So for those reasons, I implore you to vote today in favor of these bonds, because I can tell you, for those conservatives out there, it's only going to cost more later on down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please identify yourself for the record.
Council President, my name's Armin Lucy, Ward 9. My home is here, my business is here. I'm a member of the Warwick School Building Committee for the last couple of years. I'm getting very familiar with the high school projects. You've heard it's going to cost $800 a foot, $700 a foot, $600 a foot. We don't really know what they're going to cost. The design isn't done. So you need to design the job, and I believe the most affordable way to procure these new schools that we need, everyone agrees that we need them, is to go competitive sealed bidding, 37-2-18 Rhode Island General Law. That's the only way to determine how much these are going to cost. You hire the architect, you tell them, do a complete 100% set of drawings, you put them out to the world, you get a bid, 140, 150, 200 million, whatever it is, that's when you know what you have. So I'm suggesting that you amend your resolution, PCR-99-23, to include that these schools will be procured by a general contractor, stipulated sum, competitive sealed bidding. The other suggestion I have regarding the resolution, you have a share ratio of not less than 45%. I would put 55% there. The law was changed. We were on track to get 52.5%. We're getting 55%. So I'm making a suggestion that you change the 45 to 55, and those are my comments, Mr. President. Thank you.
Please identify yourself for the record.
Thank you. My name is David Tester. I am a taxpayer, 1107 Narragansett Parkway, Ward 1. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a chair of the building committee, chair of the school committee. I've been on the building committee since 2019. I come before you because I think there's a profound lack of understanding of process. This process began in 2019, where there were stakeholder groups that consisted of school officials, students, teachers, members of the community, former members of the city council. Those stakeholder groups sat and discussed a variety of options, one being one new school for the entire high school population, 2 new schools, brand new, or remodeling of the existing. To make a very long story short, to bring that up at this stage of the game in the 9th inning, when you weren't there for the first inning, you should have one school. I mean, I'm sorry, the train has left the station, but the stakeholder groups decided on that unanimously. So it's no secret that this district loses kids. We lose kids to North Kingstown, Pontigansett, and most recently Cranston West. Cranston West was built in 1954 with a remodel. You know what they have? They have a brand new athletic facility, brand spanking new, turfed, closed off to the public for most of the day. And we lose kids because they're going to go play sports there. They pick a pathway program and go, but they go. We've been losing kids forever there, mostly for facilities. thinks kids don't leave this district because of facilities, they're fooling themselves. Part of this, another thing is, well, one time we had 20,000 kids. Yeah, one time we had probably close to 90,000 residents. The fact of the matter is, part of this process that RIDE requires is a demographic study, which was done. And the demographic study shows that the high school populations going out to 2032 do not fall below roughly 1,100 kids. So that's 2,200 high school kids that we have for the foreseeable future. One school for 2,200 kids is just too big. We had decided that. As far as, and I take a little personal umbrage here because there are some subtle allegations made that somehow the building committee, the school committee, the officials are somehow trying to pull the wool over people's eyes. Frankly, it's ridiculous on its face. Work was done, it was open, it was transparent. If people chose not to pay attention or participate, I mean, you can't force them, right? But again, to come into the ninth inning and say, well, I wasn't here for the first 8, but I don't like the score of the game, so let's change the game, doesn't seem to be fair. Another point of this is this process, it's not as if you design one school and off you go. You have to submit to the Department of Ed, who will approve plans and who will make sure that you're conforming to their rules. This air conditioning argument is a canard. Okay, East Providence built their high school with a tempered air system. Is it technically refrigerant-based air conditioning? No. But should the referendum had said 2 schools, $350 million with a refrigerant-based air conditioning system? Of course not. Of course not. Okay, value engineering happens all the time in these projects. It's very common. Cranston went through it with Garden City. They're going through it with Gladstone. Johnston is turning the whole plan on their head. So the idea that some people seem to want a finished product before we can even put pencil to paper doesn't make any sense to me. So, you know, the bait and switch argument, I don't buy that at all. I categorically dismiss that. We were very clear that value engineering would take place. We had open houses. We told people that solar panels wouldn't survive, most likely wouldn't survive. The Sky Bridge probably wouldn't survive. So to say that, well, too bad, got to go back and revote it, then I would submit this. The $56 million bond that the voters approved had HVAC in every single. Because of inflation, we can't do that. We've picked, I think, 4 schools or 5 schools. We're doing that, right? Warwick Neck was supposed to get an HVAC. We put a tempered air system in that school. So what happens when what you want to do, you can't do because inflation? Should we have gone back out to vote on that one too? I just don't understand. I don't get the thought process behind that. And as far as the tax levy goes, Mr. Schaefer had 2 numbers, 5.1%, I'm sorry, 5.7 and 7.1. So if I do my math correctly, my property tax is 14 and change $1,000. So 5% of that would be 81 cents $1,000. 7% of that would be 99 cents $1,000. When we were having public forums on this project, relating to taxpayers who showed up, it would be approximately $1 $1,000 based on the previous assessment. So another thing that I think people think is that if this bond passes tonight, tomorrow your taxes go up. This phases in over 5 years. Okay, I'm a taxpayer too. My neighbors are. So nearly 60% of people had voted for this project. Okay, it is expensive. We never said it would be cheap. We never said it would not be a heavy lift. But my kids went through these schools, and my nieces went through North Kingstown. And I said it before on this floor, it's a tale of 2 cities. And nostalgia is nice. But when a student's grandfather or grandparent went to Pilgrim and it looks the same as it looks now, that is nothing to be proud about. Not at all. And at the end of the day, I think Ms. Landry spoke to it best. We're turning on a gas line to run through 7 classrooms if 1 classroom wants gas. That's what happens when you have old infrastructure. So my kids are no longer in the schools. They've all graduated, gotten very good educations, I would add. But my neighbors' kids are still in the schools. Their friends' kids are still in the schools. A lot of people's kids are still in the schools. So if this doesn't pass tonight, okay, you go back again. It gets more expensive, the buildings get worse, and our elementary schools continue to get older too. So the city has to think long range when it comes to school infrastructure. And I hope that this bond passes. I am confident in our numbers. We've had architects and engineers here tonight. We've had our people from Colliers here. And a lot of people want answers to questions, but nobody asked them a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for the record.
Former Warwick City Councilman, former Warwick School teacher. One question I want to ask, but I don't want to take up my time because I have a statement I want to make, but we haven't heard anything in the discussion tonight regarding the construction cost. We heard about bond anticipation notes from Mr. Schaefer. I was wondering after I sit down if you could maybe lead the discussion as to how is the interest on the construction? So let me just give you a quick example. Let's say this passes in year one, we need to borrow $100 million and it's 4% interest. That's $4 million. Where are we going to get that money from? Next year, we do another $100 million. Now we have $8 million that fiscal year. And then finally, we're up to 350, 4%. We need $14 million that year. So my understanding was once the project is completed, that's when the amortization schedule kicks in. That's when the reimbursement. So that I would like to get some answers on that. And the other question is, are we using any of the RIDE reimbursement money to pay for the construction interest-only loans? So that's the only question I had. But so the other thing I want to talk about is that, you know, I'm listening to a lot of things tonight. I am not against schools. I've never been against schools. What I am is for fiscal responsible government. We've heard the word fiscal responsibility. And one of the things that we haven't heard, there's been no transparency in terms of what is this actually going to cost the taxpayers. We hire consultants that can come in and say, you could build a school for $350 million in 5 years with a gazillion different variables. We have a consultant that comes in that says you could put $68 million into an OPEB trust fund over 9 years. It can be done. You guys do it. And then we ask a 5-year projection plan to know what the changes are going to be in our tax rate, and you guys can't do it. You could do it. You just don't want to do it. So that's the issue that I have. And I think that's the problem where a lot of people are very fearful out there. This is going to cost, and you don't want to tell them that. Mr. Schaefer could easily do that. We had outside consultants that came here 10 years ago that said you could do that. But let me get into the topic of fiscal responsibility. So in the last 3 years, nobody probably knows this in this room, the city and the school's budgets have gone up $34 million. A maximum tax increase gets you $8.5 million. We've spent more money in the last 3 years on our operating budget than what we could do in a maximum tax increase. So someone might say, well, how the heck are we balancing our budget? We're using federal funds, we're using opera money, we're using bailout money. This city is on a spending spree. If you were going to go build, let's say, a $200,000 addition to your house, I doubt you're going to be going buying a new car, a new boat, and other things. We have not gone on a spending diet. We've gone out of control with our spending. Does everybody in this room know that we have a structural deficit in the budget? Do you know what a structural deficit is? Our budget's not balanced. We're spending more money than we're bringing in. And we keep hearing the promise that, well, you know, we got new development and this and that coming in, but we keep spending more money than what we have. Another thing, in 20 years, the city of Warwick, this is only the city budget, increased by $72 million. You know what this council just did a couple months ago? They put us on the hook to spend $68 million for a lifetime healthcare retiree trust fund. $68 million in 9 years. We spent $72 million on everything in the entire city budget over 20 years. Does that make sense to anybody to do something like this when you're talking about spending $350 million on new schools? And by the way, that's backloaded. So by the time you get into year 5 and 6 of that $68 million plan, you almost need a maximum tax increase just to put the money into that OPEB trust fund. We're taking $5 million out of our healthcare surplus fund for this fund. We're taking money out of our pension funds to put into this. This is not the long-term kind of planning that we need in the city. It's crisis of the moment planning in the city. Let me tell you another thing, and I talked about this last year. Does anybody have any idea what Warwick's debt is? I'm going to tell you what it is. It's $600 million in unfunded liabilities. Warwick on its books has $1 billion in liabilities. When these new bonds pass to 350 plus the 56, we're going to have $1 billion in unfunded liabilities. We are the worst in the state for this with the exception of Providence. But Warwick is the worst in the state with the exception of Providence. When you look at the city financial audit, I've looked at the city financial audit from the recent year. General obligation bonds are 75 million. I think Mr. Schaefer just said they were 83.6. Our bond, we have a bond limit. There's a bond limit that our financial advisors tell us, our accountants. It's $319 million. So if you take 319 minus the 75 that we already have in outstanding bonds, we can borrow $243 million by state law. We're going to be borrowing $400 million. If these were not school bonds, we would have to go to the General Assembly to get a law change so we can go over our limit. That's how bad things are going to be getting in the city of Warwick, and nobody cares. We're going to be 166% over our legal debt limit. If you were an individual with a track record like that, guess what your FICO score would be? We all hear about FICO score, right? The city of Warwick is going to be down in the dumps for its credit rating as a result of this. Mr. Schaefer talked about that. What's going to happen if we go to a 30-year bond? We're going to spend $50 million more for the additional 10 years, right? The school department talked about in 20 years, we're going to do 20-year bonds for these schools. And by the time we get paid for the high schools, we need to rebuild all our elementary schools in 20 years. So we were going to take all the money that we're paying in principal and interest payments, not give us tax relief, but build elementary schools. Where's that plan now if we go to 30 years, right? What's going to happen in the city of Warwick if we have some kind of major emergency and we need to borrow money? Our credit score is going to be in the tank. We may not even be able to borrow the kinds of money that we need to borrow. And let me just tell you another thing. I talked to you about the $72 million, right, over 20 years for the city budget. Guess where 45% of that went to? Retired employee benefits, lifetime health care, pensions that are paying people at some point in time $200,000 a year after 20 years. And when I talk about lifetime health care, it's zero. An employee retires in the city of Warwick, they're paying 20% today. They retire tomorrow, they pay zero for that until they're 65 years old. Then they go on Medicare. What happens when they go on Medicare? City pays 100% of the cost. What else do we pay for? We give them a Medicare supplemental plan, so we pay everything else Medicare doesn't cover. We are spending in the city over $20 million a year on retiree health care. And now we're going to be putting in millions and millions of dollars more into an OPEB trust fund, just when we need all this money to build new schools. So this is the problem that I have with the elected officials sitting here today. The school department's budget just went up, I believe, $8.5 million or whatever you're going to decide on an extra $1 million. They got $4 million in state aid. What is the school department doing to cut down its expenses to help out the taxpayers because you want new schools? They're doing absolutely nothing. Nothing. They got $4.5 million in state aid. That's the largest amount in 20 years that they received. Can't remember the school department getting that much money. And what does the city council and the mayor do? They give them $3.5 million more. The school department needs to stop making some sacrifices if they want the taxpayers to build 2 new high schools. And we're going to see people in this city that their taxes are going to double in 5 years. That's my prediction. My prediction is we're going to see a city in a financial crisis in 5 years. Getting on the ball and be fiscally responsible. There's still time and cut your costs. You need to do that. But I don't see any kind of leadership coming out of this council. Our council is, Mayor Aradesian said it years ago, crisis of the moment. The only time that you guys do something is when there's a major problem, then you react to it. It's a crisis. Well, you know what? We're going to have a major crisis on our hands really, really soon. And like I said, I don't want to sacrifice the education of the kids. I don't want to get into all should we have built 1 school or 2 schools or whatever. For the size of Warwick, we should have good schools. We should be able to build good schools. But we shouldn't be sending elderly people and bankrupting them to do this. It's your responsibility. I think I still got 40 seconds. 1 minute, good. It's your
47 seconds.
Your responsibility to look long-term, create long-term planning, and create a sustainable budget so we can build new schools and so senior citizens can stay in Warwick.
Thank you. Next up, please identify yourself for the record.
Jeremy Langell, Ward 5. Taxpayer, homeowner, the whole spiel. My daughter's in first grade at Warwick Neck, and my youngest will be in kindergarten next year. We voted already on this. We voted on whether or not to release $350 million in bonds with a reimbursement from RIDE. That's it, we voted. We didn't vote on architectural plans. We didn't vote on conceptual designs. We voted on whether or not to release the bonds to build the high schools that we need. Now, some of you know that my family, we're newcomers. We've only been here a few years, but we like to get involved. So we've been, volunteer, and now I'm the treasurer at my daughter's school for the, yeah, right, on top of everything else. So, and I go to school committee meetings, and I go to the meetings, and I'm paying attention. The reality is, we have to build these schools. To delay this is only going to cost more. There is no point in the future when it will cost less. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. It's already been said, but even for someone like me who's new to our community, I was able to go back and watch the videos and talk to the people who have been a part of this long process to get to today. And I think that's really important, because anybody who's involved in a city process knows how long it takes, right? You start, and then you have to make sure you do all of, and by the time you get to the end, the situation looks different. That's just how it works. Now, when we voted on question 4, and I remember this too, the city did release a worksheet that allowed you to calculate what your tax liability would be, right, based on every $100,000 of the bond. And I remember that because I read it, and I did the math, and saw that this is something that was in our family's budget. But more importantly, is what we need to do in order to invest in our community. And when I hear language of sacrifice, and I think this is a very strange language, the reality is we've already been underfunding our school department. We've been underfunding our school department for quite some time. So for me to see additional funding put towards our school department is basically just to make it even, right? Because when you underfund a school department, when you ask people to sacrifice, what you're doing is you're asking them to sacrifice their children's education. And I'm not willing to do that. Now, the other thing I have heard regularly, and it kind of drives me a little bit nuts, this idea that somehow all of this is related to our students' performance on achievement tests. I'll say right now, I don't care about RICAS scores. Don't care at all. The reason I don't care is because I've been in the education field long enough to know the long history of standardized testing and how irrelevant it largely is on whether or not a student is going to succeed. So what I care about is when my daughter's teachers send home the reports during fall and winter and spring. Does my child read more? Is she better at math? Has she developed social emotional learning skills? All that is happening in our school district. That's why we live here. So I'm saying this to celebrate the positive things in Warwick. And just one other, I have been really impressed by our school department, especially Mr. Gothberg. I've gone to the meetings, I sit through school committee meetings. At home, I can do it with a glass of wine, but I don't do that when it's in person. But the reality is they are working hard. The fact that they have done all of the work that they've been able to do with all of these cost increases to improve the learning environment for our children is remarkable. They're doing the work. And I'm just going to say it. I trust them. I find them credible. And that's important. So it's time to take this vote. I recognize that my family is in a position where we can pay more, we can spend more to do the things that our community needs. And I think that's the other piece of this puzzle. If this council needs to do some work to protect low-income families in Warwick, I support that. And at the same time, if we can do work to protect low-income families in Warwick, we also need to recognize that there are families like mine that can contribute more for the betterment of our society, for the betterment of our city. And that's our responsibility for those of us who've been blessed with more. So this is not an either or, this is a both and. This is a both and. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for the record.
Jacob Medor, Warwick resident, Warwick graduate, Warwick teacher. For the record, I want to speak in favor of the new schools, but I want to focus my comments on my recent statement made by my councilman, Mr. Ed Ladistra. I want to preface this by saying we have often disagreed, but he's always spoke his truth regardless of the consequences, and that's something that should really be admired. With this said, the idea has recently been floated to redo the election. To redo the election? The people have spoken. It reminds me of a little kid on the playground who can't handle the fact that they lost and wants to redo it and try again for a second bite of the apple. I walked a significant part of Ward 5. And when I say significant, I mean more than an entire precinct in 2 days. And almost every single person who I encountered was positive. Now, granted, a lot of them I didn't talk to. I just put it in the door. But if they were outside, I had a discussion with them. The people have spoken. On that same ballot, you had an opponent who didn't qualify because they didn't have the required signatures. You would never, and no one in this room should ever support the idea that, well, now they have enough signatures, things have changed, we should redo the election. The same principle should apply to the future of Warwick. The idea to redo an election is the real attempt at a bait and switch. The people have spoken, and even worse, is it against the democratic values of this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for the record.
Sean Wiggins. I'm from Ward 4, lifelong Warwick resident. I have 3 children. One gone through the public school system. Second one is a sophomore at Pilgrim, and the third one was up here tonight. He was the first one. He actually had the cojones to come up here first before me. I actually wasn't going to speak until I saw the Tollgate kids tonight and the Pilgrim kids. Those young students who have nothing to gain from being here other than to speak their mind in front of all of you, to speak about things they don't have today to give to my 7-year-old who is sitting here for tomorrow. I'm a Little League president. I oversee 300 or so kids. I love every one of them. I watch every one of them play. I want every one of them to get the best this city can offer. I love this city. Been here, my whole life. I've been at that Little League since I was a kid, since I was 7 years old. And I'm giving back and giving back. As I see everything that's unfolding here tonight, some of it just blows my mind. The other part of it is the pride. The gentleman just spoke, gentleman before him, the pride for the city of Warwick. This is the city that needs to set the tone going forward. We need to set the tone. Let's not talk about Cranston West, all that stuff. Let's do this because it's the right thing to do, and let's do this because we need to do it. Let's do it for my little 7-year-old. Let's do it for everybody's young kids that were here tonight. All the families that have given everything to the city of Warwick. And, you know, like I said, I wasn't going to speak, but then those Tollgate kids, they're right. They got no fields to play on. They're baseball players, they have to go play at vets. The thought of having, the athletic fields, being somebody who has to take care of fields, and take care of kids. I know how important it is to those kids. That's why they can't, they want to play on good facilities. Let's give it to them. Let's stop, I almost said a bad word, but let's stop around here and actually just do it. And, I am going to say, I implore you, please vote for these schools, do the right things for these children and for the teachers, for the safety of the teachers that are in those schools that need to light and need to actually Bunsen burner the crap out of stuff. All right. So let's do that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for the record.
Tom Flanders, taxpayer, city of Warwick my whole life. I'm a teacher at Pilgrim High School. I'm a coach. And I just want to speak. I mean, everybody's covered all different topics. The last three people stole half of my ideas that I wanted to say, so I'll go off in another area. But I've been a coach for 30 years, and even at college, I was always told Warwick's the place to go. Warwick's the place to be. And in my heart, it was. When I talked to my teachers at Pilgrim, I wanted to be like them. I wanted to be a phys ed teacher. I wanted to be a coach because of those teachers, because of that building, because of the love that I felt in that community. You can still see today that it is strong. When you have kids, like Mr. Wiggins just was talking about the students from Tollgate and Pilgrim that came tonight, they don't have anything in the race here. This is not going to benefit them. But they are going to be living in Warwick, I'm sure, because they love it, because they wouldn't have been here tonight if they didn't. And they're going to be paying taxes, and they're going to be voting, and they're going to remember tonight. And the other things that I wanted to talk about was my players over the years, and how my players for years, again, Warwick Vets was there for a long time, and then we had the consolidation. We started losing players to other high schools when we did the consolidation. And Mr. Tester is 100% right. When we talk about facilities, we talk about people going to other places, and you see the success that is going on. I take those bus rides with those kids. We coach those games. We hear the comments. We hear the comments when we go to other places. We hear the comments when they come into our school where we don't have bleachers, and we don't have a bathroom, and we don't have a press box, and we don't have a concession stand, and we don't have the grass cut. For whatever, because it infuriates me to see the embarrassment on my players' faces, on those students' faces, when kids from other schools ask, I go to the bathroom, and then they go into our school, and then they come out laughing. When tiles in a classroom fall on someone. And I'm telling you, the custodial staff, all the people are doing their best. They have put this Band-Aid over and over again. We've been let down by the city of Warwick over and over again. We're that forgotten thing. And I don't care who was running the city of Warwick. We were a forgotten piece of the puzzle for a long time. Level funded, cut funded. This is cut. That's cut. There was an election. The bond was passed. As an educator, as a citizen, I was super proud. I was proud. I was happy for my students that someday, not my kids, but someday, the kids in Warwick will have a great place to stay here and not go somewhere else, and not watch those tax dollars go somewhere else, and not watch my tax dollars pay the tuition for someone to go to Cranston West or North Kingston or Pontigansett. Enough's enough. Build the schools. You already got the vote. Build the schools.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for the record.
Joanne Miller, Ward 4, I believe, Mr. McElroy's ward. I just hear both sides, and on one side, it's like Chicken Little, the sky's falling down. The other side is kind of like, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. And I'm just wondering if we can come to a place of fiscal responsibility, as Bob Cushman said, trade on that, and to also still, we are pro-building a school, maybe two, but I'm wondering if we could possibly release the bonds, but also maybe take another vote for, before we actually start building, if we could take a vote to see if we could do a study to find out, as one gentleman suggested, the actual costs and have bids for it. To the folks who are the older people who are out of their homes perhaps, because they are on a very, very tight budget, and they've put into the city of Warwick for 30, 40, 50 years. So we should be maybe putting on the brakes and in some respects, going ahead with certain aspects of this, this I'm sorry, vote that you're having tonight. On the other side, some of you might not know what's coming for you. As inflation grows, you might lose your job. You know, there's lots of groceries are going up, everything's going up, insurance. You might not be in the position so fortunate to afford what might happen if the worst case scenario that's been suggested here happens. I also heard Rob Coates say, who is an expert in the area, directly, he spoke to the kids after, the ball fields have been cut, not just the air conditioning. A lot of you weren't here when he spoke early in the evening, and he said that no furniture has been bought, no computers were considered in that budget as well. So we're kind of looking at something that we really don't have on paper what it is now, because those projected costs were done before COVID, which we know that even the price of steel is something like, whatever, 600% gone up. Excuse me, there was another thought that I had that I wanted to just collect my, I'm not blaming anybody on the city council. If I were on there, I don't know how much I would have studied this, but I know that before it was given to a vote for the people, I was told that there was a 10,000-page report with costs and stuff, and that not even one of the city council members had read it through and through. I don't know if that's true or not, but then it was decided that it was going to be brought to the public. And I know you all have families. I know you all have other jobs. I know that you probably looked at it the best that you could, and then you decided to put it to a vote to the people. But some of us are ignorant of a lot of the things that probably, even if you explained it to us, and some of us have more education, could understand more of what was going on in that study before it was handed to us as a voter. But so I don't think it was a bait and switch on purpose. I think it was kind of like, all right, there's a lot here. Let's see what the people think. And kind of become a runaway train. And I'm just asking you guys to pull it back and to like get some sort of a compromise that we all can live with. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please identify yourself for the record.
Jim Italiani, friends and neighbors, from some wonderful cook, wonderful actor, a devoted music. We're all hoping for the best track, a concert, air conditioning, everything is going to be perfect. But if we vote tonight, and what we're going to end up with is we're going to end an engineered school.
Sorry about that, sir.
The battery's dying.
We're going to end up with engineered schools that are going to give us nothing that we're going to want. We're going to end up here with 20th century technology in schools that are going to be so underbuilt with so lousy materials by probably not the best qualified laborers, that we're going to end up with exactly what we don't want our kids and teachers to have. We have an opportunity to go back, ask our council, stop. Let's see what we really want. Let's see what we can really afford. And I heard that we did all sorts of due diligence by 2 or 3 people. We did do great due diligence. We simply don't know what it's going to cost or what we're going to get for it or how it's going to be paid for. But other than that, we got no worries. So let's stop the nonsense. Let's not allow a vote on something that was never put in front of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please identify yourself for the record.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Lynn Danbrook, and I'm the superintendent of schools in Warwick. I'm here before you tonight to respectfully ask you to vote for the 2 new high schools. I have been in Warwick for 38 years, and I'm very passionate about the school system here. I go to work each day to support teachers, students, and families. I go to work each day to make sure that there's a safe and healthy learning environment in every school. I go to work each day to make sure that student athletes have the facilities that they need to play the sports of their choice. I go to work each day to make sure that our students are receiving the best education possible and the teachers have the best resources. But when I visit the high schools, I am saddened because students and teachers deserve better. It is obvious that all of the concepts of 21st century learning can't be applied. Please support the 2 new high schools. Please give future students the facilities and education they deserve to make them competitive with other students across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Jim Martin. A year ago, you told the taxpayers and its voters that you were going to give them 2 new state-of-the-art schools for $350 million. The voters didn't give you $350 million with the understanding that you were going to use it to build 2 school buildings of whatever size would fit into that budget. You've already said you have to make changes. You cut out the air conditioning, you cut out sports fields, you've made the gym smaller to fit into the budget. What are you going to do next year when you find out that because of inflation and the cost of money still increasing, you're going to have to make more cutbacks? You're not going to end up with 2 schools that are state-of-the-art. What you're going to end up with is 2 school buildings that need upgrading immediately. And then you're going to the voters for another $100 or $200 million to finish the schools that should have been done in the first place. You need to say no on this and start from scratch. And you don't need 2 schools anyway. You know, the population of students in the city has been dwindling for years. You need 1 high school, that's it. Just make 1, get rid of the other one off that budget. You can do it for probably less than $350, and it won't be a problem. You know, it's not going to bring in, a new school is not going to bring in new people to this city. That's not what's going to attract them. What would attract them is a good quality education. And I'll tell you, the education from public schools in Rhode Island has been pretty dismal for 30 years, and that includes Warwick. If you really want to give the taxpayers something that they can, and draw new people, and to actually save the taxpayers money, give them a voucher program so they can send their kids to whatever school they want. You know, the cost of an average private school education around K-12 is much less than the cost of K-12 public school education in Rhode Island. You could actually save taxpayers money by putting a voucher program in place. And you can still end up building a new school for the public schools, but do it within budget and make it a real state-of-the-art school, not something that's going to need upgrading immediately. That's all I have.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for the record.
Michelle Landry, Tollgate High School, Science Department Chairperson. I've listened a lot tonight, and something came to my mind. People are saying, oh, we didn't account for furniture, and we didn't account for new computers, and we didn't account for... That stuff is all accounted for. Whether we build 2 new schools or not, we're going to need new furniture. We're going to need to upgrade the computers, the Chromebooks. We're going to need to do all that stuff anyways. This bond is solely for the purpose of building the schools. And I don't know how people don't get it. The bond is for $350. RIDE is going to reimburse 55%. How do you not understand that concept that we are, as Ms. Danbrook has said, getting 2 schools for the price of 1? That's fiscal responsibility right there.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please identify yourself for the record.
Good evening. My name is Joe Walsh, and contrary to popular belief, I am not the solicitor's father. That's a whole nother Joe Walsh. So I'm the business manager of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local Union 99 in Providence. First 20 years of my life I spent in Ward 8. The next 20 years I spent in Ward 3. And then I continued to keep a home as rental property until about 2 years ago. So I've been a taxpayer in the city of Warwick a good portion of my life. My kindergarten was Buttonwoods Kindergarten, which is now a senior center. My elementary school was John Wick's, which is still functioning. They condemned my junior high school as soon as I got out, Lockwood, and turned that into condominiums. And then I went to Warwick Vets, which was not a good learning experience as far as sitting in the classrooms with the coats on in the winter, sweating all spring and fall because the heat never worked properly. The teachers were fantastic. There was no problem with the educational system itself. It was the facilities that I was being taught in. Now, I've managed to do fairly well in life anyway, but I think the thing that gets missed in these public meetings, and I go to a lot of them, so me and my colleagues are in all 39 municipalities all the time trying to support construction projects. But Warwick, I can talk fairly intimately about. A school is not a person. It is not a home. It is not a mortgage. It is not something you buy into for a certain period of time. Bob Smith needs a house. Oh, Bob died. We no longer need a house. It doesn't work that way. Unless all children evaporate off the face of the planet, there's a continual need to improve your school systems. That's just the way it is. I never had children myself, but I cheerfully and willingly pay my taxes to support good school systems. When I moved out of Warwick, I moved to Foster, mainly because of the good school systems. Not because I had children or grandchildren, because they're not coming either, obviously, but because good schools bring good people and build good communities. I mean, that's a statistical fact. So the way I see it, and the little knowledge I have of what's happened in the city since I've left, is a vote did occur for these schools. And I would agree wholeheartedly with people who say, look, you had to value engineer this out and that out, and it's not as good as it should be. I agree. Make it what it should be. Get more money if you need to put the air conditioning in the schools, to build the acoustical rooms for the choir, to put the athletic fields in. But it doesn't necessarily happen day one, right? When you build your own home, and I built a number of them, when you build your own home, you may not have that landscaping year one. You may not have that driveway paved the way you want it. You may not have the big screen TV, but you build the structure, move in, and improve it as you go along, because it's not for the next 10 years. It is going to be for the next 50 years for the people who have not even thought about being born yet. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for the record.
Sean Rainey, Ward 1, alumni of Pilgrim High School, coach at Warwick Vets for baseball. It is a burden to have 2 teams on at Vets for baseball. Kids coming out of school, 6th, 7th, 8th graders, we have to get out of school, get on the field and practice
I feel for those toll gate kids. They have to come in at 4, 5 o'clock to do a practice. It's terrible. The schools are the same as it was in 1991 when I graduated. Pilgrim is the same. The fields are the same. And we need new schools. Just remember this, 15 years ago, maybe 20, it was one of my first votes that I took for Mickey Stevens Sports Complex to be redone. I think the bond was $7-8 million. Here it is 20 years later, that money still has not been released. That field is the worst field probably in the Northeast. Terrible. Another place that Tollgate used to play at, but they can't even play there because the field's so terrible. The voters approved $7-8 million 15 years ago when Mayor Avedisian was the mayor. Released those funds. Now, that $7 million, you probably can't even break ground for $7 million. So we're talking, we're going to put off. 15 years ago, we put off Mickey Stevens Sports Complex, $7 million. Guess what it's going to cost you today to replace that field? Probably somewhere near $21 million. So keep putting off, put off. Build the schools now, as soon as we can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for the record.
Karen Bacchus, Ward 7 and 5, taxpayer, school committee, longtime school committee member, concerned citizen. I have no children. I love kids. I have no problem paying extra taxes for our schools. Schools are the lifeblood of this community. If East Providence can take the money, now, first of all, as you heard Ms. Landry say, 55% is being paid for by the state of Rhode Island Department of Education. Our taxes are going to pay for that. Why shouldn't we enjoy the fruits of our taxes? Why should we pass it on to other cities and towns? Like Providence, over 100% reimbursement rate. Pawtucket, over 100% reimbursement rate. Central Falls, over 100% reimbursement rate. Woonsocket, over 100% reimbursement rate because of the number of poor people, of poverty-stricken people in those cities and towns. Right now, we're at 55%, which is a very good deal. Originally, it was 48, it went up to 50. To answer the questions about patchworking our schools, back before 2020, we had a whole plan to refurbish our schools, Tollgate and Pilgrim, and we brought it to RIDE. We did a lot of work on it. We brought it to RIDE, and RIDE said, oh, no, you're not going to do that because the money that it will cost you is almost as much as it will cost to build brand new schools. We will not fund this. We had to go back to the drawing board. More time goes by. COVID comes along. Things get slowed down again. Prices are going up and up and up, if you notice. If you're working, most people are seeing their salaries go up as well, unless you're a senior citizen like me who's on a fixed income. And I know there are many of you there, but that's okay. I'll take the hit. Schools are important. It's part of our civic responsibility. It's part of being a democracy. We need good schools for our future. We need good schools for this city. If East Providence can build a great school, they put extra money into their school. RIDE said, well, we'll only give you 50% of this. And they said, well, okay, well, we're going to take money out of our taxes and we're going to put more because we want a bigger auditorium and we want this and we want this. So they overfunded what RIDE would give them. We're not asking for that. We don't know exactly what it's going to cost, but to the best of our knowledge, it's at $350 million right now, which means that Warwick's piece of that is somewhere around $125 million right now. less than that. Other things are already budgeted. When I first came to the school committee over 10 years ago, I said, if we build it, they will come. At that time, we were looking at new buildings. We needed new buildings. Nobody wanted to hear it. East Providence has been revitalized. They have a burgeoning new businesses. They have more and more people wanting to live in that city because they have a beautiful school and they have a great school system. Warwick can certainly do better than East Providence. We're a bigger city, we're a better city. But right now we have a lot of shuttered businesses. We have places like Price Right out of business. Storefronts. If we build 2 new schools, I would be willing to go out on a limb and say, we're going to have new businesses coming to this city. We're going to have people just jumping into this city because people already want to come here. And many of the neighborhoods in the city, as you all know, are gentrified. They're changing over. Many people in my neighborhood are moving out or they're dying, and new people are moving in. It happens. It's the life cycle of a city. It's the life cycle of a of a neighborhood. If we build it, they will come. If we build it, we will reinvigorate this city and make it better than it has been in forever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for the record.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the City Council, Michael Holmes, Ward 6. I want to take a little bit of a breath right now. We've all kind of heard a lot tonight, and I want to strike a tone of appreciation. Appreciation for the City Council for hearing out members of the public. Appreciation for the teachers here representing the schools in which they educate the future. But most importantly, we heard earlier tonight the history of the school building committee and all the that's gone into getting us to this very point right here. And I had the luxury, and I was fortunate to attend a lot of those meetings where it may not reach the papers, the razor's edge of just how close these high schools that we're looking to replace could go on the verge of failure. And I don't think there's any fiscal responsibility for that narrative. If a high school closes, you're going to relocate 1,300 kids somewhere. I don't think there's a plan in store for that. 2 students in the Warwick school system, Brooklyn Beach at Gorton, the other one going to Warwick Vets Middle School. I just want to preach that we need to release those bonds. We need to get to work. We need state-of-the-art facilities because as Warwick, as a lifelong Warwick resident, we deserve the best. Looks like I'm the last speaker, so I don't want to belabor the point, but I humbly come before you today to ask that you release those bonds so we can get busy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that have not been heard yet that would like to speak? Are there any members of the public that have not been heard yet that would like to speak? Last call, any members of the public that like to be heard that have not had a chance to speak? Okay, Councilman Howe, I'm looking for a motion to close the public comment section.
Motion to close public hearing?
Second by Councilman Foley. Councilman McElroy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we are now back in the just the council. So are there any members of the council that have any questions that were not asked earlier this evening? Councilman Ricks.
I have a question for the City Finance Director. Thank you. This is regarding the city borrowing or spending of funds to service the bond during the 5-year construction phase. Specifically, how would that function?
Well, there's different aspects to this. First of all, how do you get going? Once you pass this resolution, if you look at the details of the resolution, the city has authority to advance money before we issue bonds, and we just sold bonds in September. We're not going to do it again 2 weeks from now, I can tell you that. It took us 2 months to get there. It's not it's not a process where you just snap your fingers and people will borrow $20 million from you. And matter of fact, Joanne's going to distribute the official statement that we had to go through. I've been doing nothing but selling bonds the last 2 months for $20 million. So, or 2/3 of my time doing that. So then over the interval, so the advances from the general fund, and when we sold the bond September 13th, we had advanced $6.5 million for the projects that are going on right now at Warwick Neck, at Windman. So we got reimbursed from the proceeds, and then the rest of it is going out. But then over the 5 years, what our financial analyst has done is assumed we're going to have 2 tranches of about $165 million each, of which a lot of that will be reimbursed by the state. We went through the council meeting where we were encouraging the state to pass an act that allows reimbursement before completion. I know the mayor is still very active on this. He's communicating. He's got a group together with other mayors. East Providence is excited about this possibility. Middletown, Senator De Palma in that area has been very aggressive on this on the Senate side. Johnston. So we've had a lot of communication with other cities and towns that are very interested in getting reimbursed. We have not given up on that. And it changed the dynamics and the numbers. You may remember the table that I passed out in May that shows us like having at the end of when you get project completion, having $7 million in excess of what we're paying because they're going to pay us one lump sum reimbursement after 3 years, but potentially big tax increases before we get there. So we need to keep working on that. So what happens over the next 5 years will be dependent upon what success we have. And speak to the speaker when you see him in the drugstore or walking down the street. This is big on an enormous project like this. So, but if that doesn't happen, we're probably going to have to do more frequent bond issues, and so that we're phasing in and not incurring debt until we actually have proceeds to spend on the project. So it's how we're going to work that is going to depend upon interest rate market conditions. It's going to depend upon whether the state gives us more flexibility on reimbursement before project completion. So those are the different factors that I can't tell you exactly how it's going to work.
I appreciate that. So it would be once the construction is actually finished that we would be looking at, that's when the payment period of the bond, whether it's 20 years, 25 years, or 30 years, however it's determined, that's the date that say 20-year or 30-year schedule would begin?
That's correct, under current law. And where I know the mayor especially is going to be aggressive in trying to persuade the General Assembly to give some flexibility. Doesn't cost the state any more in total dollars. It's just the timing of when the payments would occur.
Thank you. Let's see. I'll yield if any other city council members have questions at this time.
Anybody else have any additional questions? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Schaefer, we've heard this evening that or at least the projected numbers are $22 million higher than what was originally estimated. If that be the case, that the cost exceeds the $350 million, that $22 million would have to go to the voters, I believe. One mechanism would have to go to the voters. What happens if the voters don't approve it?
Well, first of all, the other suggestion I made, which Gothberg is shaking his head like this right now, is that the 56 million was approved, could be used for high schools. So
I'm not sure about that. I think we'd have to revisit that because the language was very specific about the 56 million and what it could be used for. And I could be wrong, but I don't recall any language in that monies that would be able to use it for new schools. I believe that 56 million was for very specific items that were spelled out by the school department. And I believe we had spreadsheets on that. So, but anyways, my question is, what happens if that 22 million is not approved?
Well, I mean, this is speculative. I mean, the state seems very comfortable, Steve seems very comfortable that somehow through the use of what's been budgeted in contingency and value engineering, they can get there.
So essentially what we're saying is there's a good possibility that this may have to get cut back even more. We may have to cut back more square footage, we may have to cut back a whole lot of things, right? That's value engineering.
And you've heard from people testifying. You're getting into an area that I don't have expertise in. I really don't have expertise.
No, I understand. I understand. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilman Gephardt.
I wouldn't classify this so much as a question, but just sort of an accumulation of my thoughts after hearing everyone speak tonight. So for me, tonight is about hope. It's about being brave, and it's about the future. I heard two themes tonight, and I think they're both valid. Fear and faith. Fear of the cost, fear that people will be taxed into poverty, fear that this body has abdicated its duties or tried to mislead you, fear that it'll cost more, we'll get less, or that it won't work out. And faith. Faith that the team that's worked so hard to put this plan in front of you is not deceiving us, pulling a bait and switch. Faith that when they voted for these schools and it passed, it meant they got them. And faith that what today is a conceptual plan materializes into something that meets our expectations. A quote, "Faith and fear both demand you believe in something you cannot see. You choose." So tonight we choose fear or faith. We need to ask ourselves is, what is our North Star? What guides us? What do we strive for? What do we envision for the next generation of our youth? Every resolution this council writes starts with this powerful language. Whereas the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the city of Warwick are matters of paramount importance to the city council. Every resolution we pass starts with that language. So I ask my colleagues, if our goal is to support the health, the safety, and the welfare of the citizens of this great city, what option furthers that? Is it kicking the can down the road? Is it waiting for RIDE funds to be depleted? Is it waiting for construction costs to continue to escalate? Pre-pandemic historical construction escalation ranges from 2 to 4% annually. Is it responsible for us to gamble a plan that we have today, a plan that the voters approved, to punt this project 5 years down the road when we know costs will be at least 10 to 20% higher? Or is it taking the brave step to support our youth, to continue the long-term success of our city, empower the school department to design, engineer, and build 2 world-class leading learning facilities? This option protects our future. It protects your investment in what most people's biggest asset is, their home. If you took your exact home from Hoxie or Connecticut or Potawatomi, moved it to North Kingstown or East Greenwich, it would immediately appreciate and value. Do you know why? The quality, the caliber, and the investment those communities make in their educational system. Martin Luther King said, faith is taking the first step even when you don't see the whole staircase. That's where we are. We have a conceptual plan. We have a mandate from the voters. And so tonight, take the brave step. The first step to protect the health, the safety, and the welfare of the citizens of Warwick and approve this bond. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Gephardt. Councilman Foley.
Thank you. Two things. I'm going to give a little anecdotal story. But first, I taught for over 40, almost 40 years, the last 30 of which at Davies Career Tech. When I walked into Davies, it was a building that was built in the 70s, brand new, brand spanking new. This is back in probably 1987. Like I said, I was there for 30 years. Luckily, about halfway through my tenure, they built a new addition, a brand new state-of-the-art addition. And what a difference. The quality of the students we attracted, the outcomes dramatically improved the students we had. I know what new state-of-the-art buildings can do for public education, personally. Now, my anecdotal story is, some of you know that as a hobby, I buy and resell. And about 6 years ago, it's owned by and started by a Warwick resident. It's called the Providence Flea. And 6 years ago, we moved indoors in the winter for the first time. And we're at Hope High School. And the market was held in their cafetorium. And I'm there as a vendor. And this young couple's there. And they're buying from me. And the guy looks up at the ceiling, looks at the water-stained ceiling and the water dripping on the floor. And he looks at me and he goes, "What did this used to be?" I laugh and I go, "It's a functioning high school." He looks at me with this look of bewilderment. And then he looks up again. He looks at the puddle. He goes, "What?" And I said, "This is a functioning high school. It's one of the main high schools in the capital city of Providence. Kids eat their lunch in this room every day." He looked at the ceiling again, looked at the walls, looked at the puddle, looked at me. He goes, "You've got to be kidding me." I said, "No, it's sad to say. I don't want Warwick to be like that. I want our kids in state-of-the-art buildings, and that is why tonight I will be voting to release this bond." Thank you.
Councilman Foley. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. As an alumni of Hope High School of 1984 to 1988, I know exactly where that drip of water is. And no, exactly, it's that kind of mentality. And I currently teach in a building that was built in 1926. And during 90-degree days we had a couple weeks ago, my room registered at 97 degrees. And the only recourse we had was to run fans. So some people can say, well, you know, the way we did it and how we did it in the past, and that shouldn't, you're not having the students. There's so many distractions in a classroom right now, whether it be cell phones, that's the #1 issue in my eyes. Cell phones, videos, we're throwing Chromebooks in front of them and expecting them to suddenly know how to do instruction, curriculum that way, but they're not going to be focused. With the heating issues and with the, like, you know, I agree with what Mr. Walsh said when he said he remembers going with coats on. That happens. Sometimes the heaters break and there's no air conditioning. I run five or six fans in my classroom because air kills the moisture. And that's how I try to adapt. I don't aim the fans on the students. I aim it to the ceiling, which is about the same height as this ceiling, because of a 1926 building. I aim it to the ceiling just to move the air so that it's not stagnant and stale. hearing the challenges that the teacher, Ms. Necco, brought up, and the union president of teaching in a building without windows. That's a challenge. That is also in a building of that time and with all these years of the system running and the system running, you're now speaking some serious usage and also some serious possible health issues going through. And I'm not saying that they haven't been. I'm just saying you're putting 1,000 bodies or hundreds of bodies, I don't know the exact number, into a building that circulates air. What do we think is going to happen? So new facilities going up, it's a constitutional right of our students. I appreciate what Councilman Gebhardt said, because he identified what our duties are within the city. But from our national constitution, it is mentioned in the Constitution, the education of our students. And if we're not going to do it for our own students, our own residents, our neighbors, shame on us. Just shame on us. I will support this absolutely, because it is time. Again, if we kick the can further, that recycle fee is gonna go way, way up. So, and I'm not willing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank everyone who came out, and that's what we need to hear, the people. That's one of the reasons why I didn't second this resolution, because I wanted to hear people first. And I got the good, not only teachers that are going to tell us the conditions they were in, but the parents that see it every day when their kids go to school. I took a tour of both schools last year, I think. And oh my God, Tollgate, that was the last school to be built. And that was horrid. It really was. And I'm not that girl supposed to be in the boys' locker room, but I almost died when you walk in there. I know how the kids go in there. But in Pilgrim, it was a couple of years ago that I was working with FEMA, and we were doing an emergency evacuation. And after working in that room, I said, I'd never go to Pilgrim if they would be evacuated, because there was leaks and puddles and buckets and mess. And, you know, I know the kids and the parents and the teachers all deserve better. I mean, it's more important that we need those kids to learn better. And how could they learn in conditions like that? So basically, I want to thank everyone for coming out so I could listen better. I can get a better understanding. And I also am going to support this bond.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Although I don't think the new locker rooms are going to help too much with that area. So, are there any other questions or comments from members of the council that haven't had a chance to speak yet? Councilman Ricks, then I'll go to Councilman Sinapi.
First, I'd like to say that I understand and appreciate the fiscal concerns here. Warwick is in rough financial condition with a large structural deficit. That structural deficit is looking like it's going to get worse before it gets better. We can look back at the last 10 years, we can look back at the last 50 years as to how we got ourselves in this hole, but that doesn't change where we are right now in terms of the needs of the students. If we're in rough financial shape, let's say taking a family as an example. The family might be in rough financial shape, but if you need to get to work, and let's say that whether that's public transportation or a car, you got to figure out how to get to work. You can't just say, oh, we're in credit card debt, therefore I'm not going to fix the car. I'm not going to go to work. We can't just skip out on essential functions here. Schools are an essential function. We can't pawn off our students to other cities and towns. And by the way, if we did end up in a situation where we had to bus students to other cities and towns, think not only what that would do to the city and those students, but also that's going to hurt us financially worse, far worse than if we were able to pay for these brand new schools. That busing is not free. Those other school systems, they're not going to take our students without getting that reimbursement for those students all along the way. We can't be putting ourselves in that position. And that is something that we are actually looking at here as a possibility. If we are not building these new schools, the schools that are currently existing, they're not going to just tread water and stay the same. We're either going to be throwing a lot of good money after bad money into those old aging buildings just to tread water, or they're going to continue to get worse until they completely fail. And the cost to replace them, for all of the reasons discussed, the state reimbursement, inflation in general, the cost to replace them will get higher, not lower. Now, there is some inherent uncertainty in all of this, but if I'm taking my car to the mechanic, well, I don't necessarily know if the estimate is going to be the exact same as the quote. That doesn't mean that I don't go and get estimates from different mechanics. That doesn't mean that I don't go and get the car repaired. What we're actually voting on tonight is to continue this process. Where we are is that the people voted. Where we are is that our schools desperately need to get replaced. What we aren't voting on is whether or not this will actually be amortized over 20 years or 30 years. Personally, I'd prefer if we were able to do this in 20 years. Let's do our best to pay those costs sooner rather than later. But you know what? If it ends up being amortized over 30 years, these buildings are going to last over 30 years. It's not fiscally irresponsible to amortize the bond over 30 years. I would prefer for these brand new buildings to have the best modern air conditioning and the like. But again, that's not what we're actually voting on tonight. This would be a vote as to whether to continue the process, and I think we should continue the process rather than go way back to square one and end up putting ourselves in a far worse position, because there is cost to inaction here. I'm pleased from a lot of the speakers here that we're not seeing a lot of the narrowness of interests that, unfortunately, I did receive some phone calls and emails that struck me as a matter of a true narrowness of interest. It's not something that I just see in this context, but in the context of folks who call me up and say, why is that street over there getting repaved? My street is just as bad. I don't want to pay for that street over there to get paved when my street isn't getting repaved. Well, just because one person doesn't happen to be in Warwick schools or have a child in Warwick schools doesn't mean that we as a society shouldn't be contributing. If we carve up into these narrow little interests, we're lost as a city. We have to act collectively here. We have to look out for everyone and try to balance the interests as best we can. Here, I see this as very much necessary, fiscally responsible from the perspective of what is our next best option. Our next best option is a lot worse, is a lot riskier, and this is very much overdue. Let's build Warwick's first new schools in over 50 years.
Thank you, Councilman Ricks. Councilman Sinapi.
So a couple things. One, just to point out the obvious, for some of us who have been fighting for this for, God, almost a decade now. The short-sighted approach of kicking the can is how we got here in the first place with a very uncomfortable decision. multiple school committees ago, multiple. And Karen was on the minority at that time fighting for this not to happen. Schools were closed without any consideration of the future. All they cared about was solving the here and now, exactly what some people have professed as trying to avoid over here. And they closed them, and then they realized, oh, we actually need some schools, and we renovated vets. And that was pretty much the straw that broke the camel's back when it comes to the possibility of a super high school. That would have been the spot, that right there. But because we closed all those other schools, including Gorton, which shouldn't have been closed, we got screwed. We got left with the perfect location in the city, and really the only location, because for those who don't know, we had a consultant come in, and nationally renowned guy, went through the whole spiel, and he's like, yeah, you know, really wish we could have had the super high school right there, would have been perfect. But that's the only spot, just because of the nature of the land and what we have going on in Warwick. Once we lost that option, we had to do 2 schools. There was no longer a choice. And why was it no longer a choice? Because again, we kicked the can too much, too long, and Pilgrim's on its last legs. And for those who think Tollgate is pristine and whatnot, then you have only seen the outside and you have not resided in it for any serious amount of time. And you have not used its facilities for any serious amount of time. I went there. God, it feels like forever ago now. When did I graduate? 2007? There was one staircase. If you stayed in too long, you get sick because of the heat. There was constantly just too hot, really, to function. But we did. You know, that's just what we did. There weren't, I don't recall getting days off because it was hot. Granted, it was a while ago. I don't recall going to the auditorium because it was hot. Then around 11 or 12 years later, my siblings went to Tollgate. Not only did they have the same problems, it was worse. Then they started going to the auditorium because it was too hot. Then they started getting days off because it was too hot. Now, 11 or 12 years later, my son's at Tollgate every single freaking day. He comes back, he's got a shower right away because he's just drenched in sweat from throughout the day. It's just nonstop where it's miserable for him, which is unfortunate because his friends are there. He actually was excited to be in a different environment where more independence. And instead, I got him asking me if he can go to a different district, which is awful for me for a lot of reasons, but also just because I've been trying to work on this for so many years to avoid exactly that exact conundrum. Because for those who don't follow the school committee and the budget, we lose million plus, maybe millions at this point, to kids going to different districts. It's bad. It's not a small amount of money. Anyone who ever told you otherwise is a damn liar. We lose so much money to that, and it just hurts. It hurts bad. Because once you lose one, guess who talks to their neighbors? Who talks to their neighbors, and you're going to lose more. And we lose a lot. So those kids, and like NK stole a bunch of them. Thanks, Greg. And then, yeah, and we got some back after the scandals. It's fine. Blown by it. Anyone who's ever said that new schools don't bring in students, again, the facts disagree wholeheartedly. New schools bring in students. It's just how it works. People move in because the community obviously cares about investment, just like Councilman Gebhardt pointed out. It evidences the kind of conduct that people want to see. They know it's a community that's in the upswing. Even if it's not necessarily got everything going for it, they know it's a community that's going in the right direction. And that's all that matters. Because you could move into one of those pristine cities, like back in the day, was it Burrillville was the top of the charts for education. A bunch of people moved there. It's not at the top now. It kind of went the other way because they stopped investing. It's just, you have to invest in the community. And when people see it, people come. And when people stop seeing it, they leave, which is one of the main reasons we've been losing people. Because if the schools haven't changed since my father was there, why would anyone in their right mind think anyone was investing in the schools? They'd have to be an idiot. It just doesn't make sense. And I don't blame people for going elsewhere at that point, because if you had the money to do it, you might as well, for the sake of your kid. And even though my kid's not going to benefit from this, it needs to happen. Any more delay, the costs are just going to go up. It's just a fact. Delaying it further basically amounts to a pocket veto. I mean, that's not what we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to veto the citizen's choice because we don't like it, because now we disagree, because now there's new information. It's just tough. That's how this works. That's how democracy works. You got to get over it, and we got to move on. And if you don't like the fact that, why aren't we just renovating? It was already pointed out. RIDE blocked us. We wanted to. It was a great idea. That consultant helped us put together an awesome idea. It actually looked amazing. They were basically going to amount to new schools. RIDE blocked us utterly, and that was the end of it. So if you want us to go back to that, just know that there's no 55 million reimbursement or 55% reimbursement. So instead of being on the hook for 120, you're on the hook for 350 or more. So if we want to talk about fiscal responsibility, I don't think we need to say much more in that regard. It's kind of an open and shut case. That's why if you saw me sit here fidgeting for a large amount of this process, this is why. Because I've been here for roughly a decade going through all of this. I've seen and heard pretty much all the arguments by now, and I've seen what happens when we give in to all the arguments against, because it's played out in this district for 30-something years now. It's not news to anyone who's been attending, unfortunately, in the schools, by a teacher or student. And it's unfortunate. And frankly, in all fairness, I don't expect those who haven't been attending to know, because how could you unless you were there? It's fair. But hearing what we've said here tonight, those who've been there, those who learned about it, it speaks for itself. This needs to happen whether we like it or not. The new schools have to come in. So I move approval.
So Councilman Sinapi, to make a motion? If you can. Councilman Sinapi moves favorable action, second by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Howe, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Ricks, Councilman Foley, Councilman Gephardt. Okay, it has been moved to the second. I believe everyone has had an opportunity to speak. Before I call the roll, I just first want to thank everyone who came out tonight. I think we had an outstanding meeting. We heard from all sides. Everyone who wanted to be heard had an opportunity to be heard. As council members, we vote on issues at every meeting, big issues, contracts, union contracts, annual budgets. We try to get a sense of what our residents and our constituents want. We do our homework, and then we vote. This is a little different. This item before us, we know exactly what our constituents and the residents of Warwick want. They voted to build 2 new schools and borrow $350 million. So let's be proud that we live in a community that wants to invest in our children's future and their education. I'm proud of that. And the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Ladisa?
No.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, 1 no. Motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you very much. We do have some additional business. However, I would entertain a motion to take a 5-minute recess. Moved by Councilman Rick, second by Councilman Howell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. We're in recess. We do have some more business before us this evening. Good evening again. We are back in the full council meeting. Next up is number 2 on the agenda, which is PCR 100-23. I believe in the Finance Committee, we moved this favorable to the full council with public comment. Is that correct, Councilman Howe?
I apologize. Yes, Mr. President, it is.
Okay, so we will start up PCR 100-23. This is a resolution authorizing the waiver of conditions of ARPA funds provided to the Warwick School Department for the fiscal year 2024 budget and allocating the increased state aid for education to the school committee's account without a reduction of the 1 million ARPA contributions. Here from the school department to speak on this issue.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. I'm just going to read a statement from our attorney on this because I asked him for a little guidance when this showed up on the agenda. So we feel strongly that the additional state aid is required by law to be given to the district. We have provided the mayor and the council with state law as well as Department of Education decisions that we believe are dispositive on the issue. We continue to hope the mayor and city council to release the funds unencumbered to the district without any interstate intervention. It's essentially additional state aid, and our position is that this should just go to the school department unencumbered.
Hey, thank you, and that Mr. Testa for the record. Thank you very much. So what is before us is we have a resolution regarding these funds. So there has been some discussion and some debate when the mayor in his budget address to the city council, he said that he put a line in there along the lines of if the state gives it, we will give up to $1 million in ARPA funds. However, if the state gives additional funds to the school department, we can recoup the balance of that. So if they get $500,000, we would take back $500,000. The school committee and the school departments claiming that they should still get that $1 million additional funding from the state. The state kind of does their funding after the budget. The city of Warwick has to do their budget. So what is before us right now in city council is a resolution. And if you read the resolution, the city solicitor and the council solicitor kind of disagree with the attorneys from the school department, and they give their reasonings why, just as the school committee has given their reasons why. So that is detailed in the resolution in itself. And what is before us is that if this city council still would like to ARPA funding, we are able to do that, but we would, this resolution would say, we don't believe that we have to do that, that this council is keeping their jurisdiction, and that if they were to vote in favorable for this particular resolution, it is done on our own will. It is not because we agree with the legal interpretation from the school department. In fact, the city solicitor has come up with kind of disagreeing with that. So that is before us here. Are there any questions? Councilman Ricks.
I think it's very important, given the separation of powers between the city administration, the city council, and the school committee, for there to be trust, transparency between all of these different bodies. Every single year, the school committee and the school department, they come to the city council asking for an allocation, and the city have the authority to either level fund or give an increase in funding. Naturally, expenses tend to go up every year, so most years, I would think it responsible for the city council to give an increase in the funds. But of course, the question is always, how much should that increase be? And that was the question we were faced with this last time around as well. And in fact, I recall being on the losing side, 5-4 vote regarding some increase in funding, where I did believe that that increase in funding was warranted. However, it's difficult when looking at these massive budgets to determine exactly how much that can really be trimmed, how much of these different estimates are going to necessarily be higher or lower. And that's where all of us come in to ask some of these hard questions. I expect that the school department is going to come up with fair, transparent, honest answers. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that these operating costs are being met, that the school buildings are being properly maintained. In some years, not the current school committee and not the current school department, but in previous years that I've been a member of this council, I think it would be fair to say that there hasn't been that type of relationship. There have been times where we saw a pension fund being funded above the annual required contribution, and we continually saw a certain school finance director coming back to us and saying every single year, oh, we need X very high amount in order to avoid fiscal disaster this coming year, and yet in the same breath talking about how he worked a miracle in order to find extra money, and so they're running a surplus from the previous year. Year after year, running surpluses after continuously giving very dire forecasts. Now, that hasn't happened in recent years. There has been a positive relationship between the city council and the school committee. It's essential for that to continue in that direction going forward, because otherwise, it's not just a matter of a debate here between the city council or a meeting running long as if it's a mere inconvenience to us. It's something that affects the entire city with worry. It's the sort of thing where if there is an attempt to state that if a certain allocation isn't given to the city, by the city council to the school committee, then the sky is falling and certain programs that nobody wants to see cut are going to be put on the chopping block, even though everyone really scrutinizing the numbers knows that there's a way to make that funding happen without those severe, dire cuts that everybody wants to see be avoided. Again, we have not seen that in at least the last couple of years or so that I've been on the city council. I truly want to see this move in a positive direction. This particular item in front of us, it is a bit concerning to me. This was a concern that I had raised at the time of these last budget hearings, that similar to the previous year, I would have preferred us to have a written agreement with the school committee or school department stating exactly the formula by which, if the state were to allocate additional funds, would there be a dollar for dollar offset? 2 years ago, we had that. This last year, we didn't have that written agreement. And I believe that there were some statements made about it being well, I suppose partly as a lawyer, I truly prefer for these things to be in writing. I think that having things in writing is not a matter of a lack of trust. It's a matter of just having clarity there for everybody. So, as I look at this particular item, I see this as an opportunity, just like the last vote, there's an aspect to it where it is a matter of trust. Certain parts of processes that are beyond the city council's control, and we have to work with the rest of the bodies of government here in Warwick to make sure that the city is functioning, that the school department is functioning. And so I think that this is a great opportunity to clear the air and say that, yes, we want to move forward on a positive footing, a good note moving into next year. And we want to, similar to more recent years, have that transparency and trust with the school committee and the school department, that when the school department is presenting its numbers and we're asking the hard questions, we're getting honest answers to those hard questions so that we can make the most informed decision that we can and balance those interests of how much can the taxpayers bear and how much do the schools truly need to make sure that we are funding those needs. So for those reasons, I do support this allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ricks. Anyone else have any questions or comments on this? Councilman Sinapi.
So I've already, at least in my own dealings with the school committee, made it known that while I'm not happy with how this worked out and how I would have preferred it go differently, I don't think there's any doubt that the appropriation does need to happen regardless of the manner in which it comes about, especially in light of the one-year contract they got, which happened to be very well done. And it evidences exactly what Councilman Ricks has been saying about the positive steps forward. And that one-year contract, despite only being 1 year, is exactly along the right lines we're looking for. So, I mean, the appropriation seems like a no-brainer. And I'm somewhat biased considering I was also on the losing side of that 5-4 vote with Councilman Ricks when we try to get more funding. So I admit this is a great opportunity for me to get exactly that. However, in light of the contract alone, that warrants it, not to mention, I mean, we just straight up need it. Before the issue was, well, there's not a cost that way they can say is directly related to the teacher's contract because it's not in the budget yet because they didn't know. Now we know it's X amount of dollars. They need it. So you should appropriate it, especially when the alternative is a legal gray zone that is very unique and probably will never happen again because ARPA funds won't be a thing anymore. That's not, I don't want to find out, legally speaking, how that shakes out.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilman Gephardt.
I don't love this because I thought we had an agreement. I thought we approved a budget. I thought we approved the city budget, and I thought we were pretty fixed in what we were intending to do. Councilman Ricks raises a good point that despite putting language in the memo, maybe the administration didn't do or take all the steps they could have to shore this up to keep us out of a legal gray zone. I think we dug pretty deep in the budgeting process this year and tried to meet what was asked of us. I know that there was a little bit of quibbling at the end about some projects, but I think some programs, but I think we got where we thought we got to a happy, fair place. So I was surprised mention about what feels like kind of going back on what we had in past practice from the year prior, and what I thought was the deal for this year. So I appreciate my colleagues that feel like they know what the need is for these funds. I thought we met the needs during the budgeting process. I have not been presented with or seen any compelling reason that the funds need to be appropriated at this time. I'm happy to listen, but I thought we went through the budgeting process already. So leave it at that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from anyone who hasn't had a chance to speak yet? We had not, and I'll come back to you, Councilman. This was not in committee, so the members of the public have not had an opportunity to speak. So are there any members of the public that would like to be heard on PCR 100-23? Just go to that microphone right there, sir. And just please identify yourself for the record.
Hi, Brandon Bowl. I'm actually the finance director for Warwick Public Schools. So just regarding the question of the appropriation and the fairness of the allocation, I think that the goal of the administration is to continue to have a fruitful, good working relationship with the city. But at the time that the budget was approved, there was $1.4 million that needed to be cut by the school administration. And so we sort of viewed it as this is going to be a very difficult budget year. And so when state aid came in after the city budget had already been approved, or the school budget had been approved, it was making a difficult year less difficult. There's a number of programs that over the past 3 years have been funded by federal aid. Some difficult decisions are going to be made over the next couple of years regarding those programs. So we're going to become a little bit more dependent on the state aid coming in. So rather than cutting a program that's been funded by ESSER over the past 3 years, we can use this $750,000 in order to fund that program. I think that's the general sentiment we have around the $750,000. But happy to answer any other budgetary sort of questions.
Councilman Happy.
And so correct me if I'm wrong, but the one-year contract wasn't in the budget because nobody knew what it would be at the time of the budget meetings, right?
Could you repeat that one more time?
The allocation for the one-year contract was not in the budget at the time the council considered it, right?
We budget for compensation as part of our budgeting process. We do also have a working 5-year plan that was approved by a finance subcommittee in 2019. So that plan is still technically in action. But we've been through a couple of finance directors since the time of that plan passing, but we do still try to act within that 5-year plan as well. Especially when it comes to compensation, which is obviously our largest line item.
Right, and so I might be misremembering, but my recollection of the budget hearings was that it was specifically called out that why isn't there a projection for the 1-year for any contract actually in the budget, and it was stated that just nobody knows what it's going to be yet, and we didn't want to just throw a number in there.
Yeah, so at the time of budgeting, we also, we hadn't even began discussions with the WTU at that point.
Right, so you weren't able to put an estimate in because you had no idea what it was going to be, right?
Correct.
All right, so since then, obviously now you have the contract, so it's a cost that was not known, now it's known, at least from the perspective of there was something that wasn't, now it is as a new cost. We had no estimate on, we have it now. Whether or not that's enough to be a compelling reason to give more money, I mean, that's up to each person, especially because the point was raised then during the budget hearings that arguably an estimate should be put in. I could go either way on it, frankly. All I care about is now from the practical perspective where we're at. Where it's now in the budget, it's a definitive cost, there's a contract, it's going to get funded. And it's not a giveaway contract either, which is significant, because I think everybody here already knows. But back in the day, now I really am old. they always used to be giveaway contracts, and the school committee's been getting better and better about preventing exactly that from happening anymore. And this is a perfect example of it.
Yeah, it should be noted that in the one-year contract, we were able to gain healthcare concessions for the first time in decades. So
Exactly.
Agreed.
Councilman Gephardt.
So the way the use of ARPA funds was sold to us in terms of a supplemental appropriation to the school department, and the way it was sold to the residents, and the way I understand the covenants on the use of the ARPA funds to, be pretty expressly stated, is that they are, to cover sort of one-time, capital or infrastructure improvements, or to cover, maybe a learning loss program in a couple of years out from the pandemic. What I thought I heard you say was, that you're banking on future state aid coming in, and that looking to continue programs that are already running, which feels to me like operating expense and like a perpetual expense, which does not feel like what these funds are meant to be used for. And then my colleague from Ward 8, talking primarily about a contract, which are most certainly perpetual costs. So, I'm concerned that we're in a quandary here about whether, actually pledging ARPA funds is even a valid use for those funds. And so, I worry about that particularly.
Thank you. Councilman, what we did with our ESSER funds funded things, or still funds things like math interventionists, reading specialists, additional math interventionists. So what Mr. Bowl is saying is when the ESSER funds disappear, okay, we have a decision to make. Do we still keep all of those, the additional math interventionists or reading interventionists? That's a decision we'd have to make. But I think we need to delineate between ESSER and ARPA. Essentially what this is to Councilman Rix's point, 2 years ago, we sat on the floor and we had a debate about the ARPA funds and supplanting it later, and there was an agreement, right? Our contention is in this year's budget, we never had such a discussion, right? To your point, it wasn't right. So that's the crux of it. So the city allocation was $4 million, $3 million, and then $1 million in ARPA. So when the extra state aid came in, and again, to your Councilman Gephardt's point, when we had our budget, we hadn't even begun discussions with the WTU. So, it was 6 of one, half dozen of another to put the money in the budget or not. So we didn't. So as it turns out, the extra state aid came in, and then the issue is before you guys now. So.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess my question will be to Mr. Testa. And I'll also have a question for the Chief of Staff, too. So, David, when the school committee was meeting with the mayor and discussing, the budget, et cetera, it appears from the documents that we've had and seen that there was an agreement. And let me rephrase that. The mayor extended the olive branch, if you will, for X dollars and cents if the school committee or the school department didn't get the additional funds that they were looking for. The mayor said, we will use X dollars and cents, or we will move X dollars and cents over to the school department if you don't get it. Well, you did get it. And I think from what I've seen, I think you actually might have received a little bit more. So what troubles me with this is department, school committee, the mayor, met with us during budget hearings, and no one said that, oh, by the way, we don't agree with that. Even if we get the additional monies, we still want to keep the 750 or a million or whatever it is. I don't recall that conversation taking place with this city council during those budget hearings. So now here we are at a position where we have to make the decision. The decision's been moved over to us. As I see this, the school committee, the school department had a consensus with the mayor. Certainly, nobody jumped up and down and said, oh, well, wait a minute, Mr. Mayor, that's not acceptable. If we get, our monies from the state, we still want this extra monies that you're talking about in opera funds. And that troubles me. Now, if I may, I would like to ask the Chief of Staff a question.
Please just identify yourself for the record.
Sure. Aaron McAsee, Mayor's Chief of Staff.
Hi, Chief.
Hi, Councilman.
Chief, were you in any of those meetings when this was discussed about moving APRA funds over to the school department if they did not get the monies they were looking for from the state?
Sure. So, Councilman, there were two specific meetings. One would have taken place prior to the budget being presented to the council, and then there was a second meeting which occurred after the budget was passed. As you know, the language was included in the mayor's budget message that outlined this agreement similar to the previous fiscal year. Actually, it was pretty much the same language that was in the fiscal year prior, which was approved by the council. The school department was aware of that language. To my understanding, was discussed in that first meeting. They were certainly aware of that language after the council adopted the budget of the city, and the administration's job was to execute. The school department, through the school committee chair, reached out to the mayor, asked if the mayor would reconsider that piece of language, and could a conversation happen.
So prior to the budget hearings, do you recall at any time, did anyone from the school department or the school committee say, oh, by the way, if we get that extra funds, we want to keep that additional monies that you're talking about? Did that conversation ever take place?
Not to my knowledge, Councilman, no. The school department, to my knowledge, was well aware of the language in the mayor's budget message as approved by council.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so now this all comes to us. The budget comes to us. The mayor's budget message is very clear. And it was approved based upon the information and the understanding that we had existed between the mayor and the school department. Now we're saying, nope, we changed our mind. We want to keep the money anyways. That's not how you do business. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from members of the public? Any other questions or comments from members of the public? Any other questions or comments for anyone who hasn't a chance to speak yet? Councilman Sinapi.
So Councilman Lattiser's point is not only well taken, but it goes back to the start of my comments when I said I wasn't thrilled with how we got here, and I disagreed with the path we took, or rather that was taken. But that being said, based on the legal authority when it comes to whether or not there even is an agreement that is allowed to exist, regardless of whether or not the school committee wants it to, because of that legal authority, where it basically nullifies any, we're left with this weird situation where does it apply to ARPA funds too, does it not? And there's not, I don't think there's any legal authority directly regarding, because this has not come up before. They have it on the adjacent issues, but not on that. So rather than get into a fight about it over something really where it's not doesn't make sense to fight over, given that this item wasn't budgeted for good reason. Now it is for an even better reason. So the funds are needed. And let that be the analysis, as opposed to if we start getting into the nitty-gritty of it, it gets really complicated. And because it's a legal gray area, I understand taking issue with the situation, and because as I've noted multiple times now, I do as well. But we're here, and we're not talking about a school committee that is trying to think of non-swear words, that has done shady thing after shady thing, constantly saying, we have no money, we found money, or we're going to cut all the things you like and everyone likes unless you give us more money. And that's not happening here. And I don't want to start pretending like that's what we're dealing with, because it's not. This is an issue where both sides have their own opinion. It's spelled out in the resolution. Us saying yes on the resolution doesn't change the fact we're not ceding over like we were wrong or they're wrong. Nope, just forget it. We're moving on. Won't make the same situation come up again, and that's what matters. Just move forward, progress, etc. And it's okay to not be thrilled with the situation, but we got to get things done.
Any other questions or comments? Councilman Ricks.
I'll try to be briefer than I usually am. I agree with Councilman Snappy. I think in a situation like this, we have our position, school committee and school department have their position. I think that both sides should learn from this for the future. I think that in this context, we're presented with two choices. We can either extend the olive branch or we can go to battle. What do our constituents really want here? Clearly, the school department has the need for it. It's a responsible need as well as it relates to this contract that was approved. And given that, do our constituents really want to see on the city side us spending money on lawyers using city dollars and forcing the school department to also spend taxpayer dollars that ultimately come from the same pot, come from the same taxpayers, in order to fight a battle about an issue that's not really going to ever repeat itself because, well, these are ARPA funds? Or would they rather see us move on, learn from this experience? I think the latter. Thank you.
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. With all due respect to my colleagues, sometimes you need to take a stance and you need to fight. You know, to constantly just say, oh, well, you know, I don't want to fight this because I don't think we're going to win, or it's going to cost us some money, or it's going to do this, or it's going to do that. I've been hearing this for 12 years. Sorry, 11 years. Sometimes you need to take a stance. You need to fight. And to just say, well, I'm going to go along with this because I don't really want to get into the fight. When a deal is reached, and when an agreement is reached, and it's been approved, I mean, it is what it is. The mayor extended the olive branch. He said, if you don't get X, Y, and Z, we'll give you the money. If you do get it, we're going to keep the money, because there's other things that are needed in this city as well. So you all know that I don't always agree with the administration. But in this case, I do. It was discussed. Nobody contested it. Nobody said, nope, nope, that's not the way we want it. Everybody went along, oh yeah, everybody's hunky-dory. Well, here we are now, it's in our lap. Sometimes you need to fight. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from members of the council? Okay, do we have a motion? Councilman Ricks.
Move favorable action.
Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Sinapi and Councilman McElroy. Any other questions or comments? I will just say, for my comments is that the school department, if this turns into a legal issue, it's, the school department versus the council or the administration. Like Councilman Rick said, it is like suing yourself. The only people that are going to make out on that are the attorneys. However, I think going forward, and we are going to be doing a budget relatively soon. Before we know it, we'll be back here, and I'm sure the school department will be asking for additional funds. I will remember this. I will remember how this process laid out. I will not be looking, maybe we wait going forward now, and we fund the schools with what they need, and then any additional funding, maybe we have to wait now until after the state comes in with their funding, and maybe it will be on the school department and the school administration to come to us asking for a supplemental to show why they need additional funds. I'm also not pleased at all how this process played out, and that if this were to pass, I'm going to consider that we've already invested $750,000. We already have that towards next year. I'm just going to remember that. Again, the budgets come every year, and I don't agree with how this played out at all. I think that we are all one as a city, and we did a really big thing tonight for the future. And we're back to business. This is what it is. So I will remember this process as we move forward, as in future budgets, and I will remember how this played out, and that may weigh in on future considerations that I need to make when it comes to future school budgets. So this has been moved in second for favorable action. So the clerk will call a roll for favorable action on PCR 100-23.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gebhardt?
No.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
No.
6 yes, 3 no, motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes. We are now moving to unanimous consent. Ward 1, anything to docket on unanimous consent? Pass. Ward 2?
Pass.
Ward 3? Pass. Ward 4?
I have one thing to docket. Is it being
For
docket-
unanimous consent?
Oh, no.
Okay. Ward 5? Ward 6?
Pass.
Ward 7 passes. Ward 8? Ward 9? Councilwoman Travis?
If there be no further business of this honorable body, I move to a docket session.
All those in favor of moving to docket session, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? We are now in the docket session. Ward 1, anything to docket this evening? No. Ward 2?
Pass.
Ward 3?
Yes, Mr. President, one item.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you. An ordinance relative to union and non-union health benefits.
For whom? The solicitor needs some additional information to know which one to go into.
It would be an ordinance, so it would probably,
Do you anticipate it would have a fiscal impact?
Yes.
Finance?
Finance Committee. Ward 4?
Yes, Mr. President, I have one, a resolution in regards to erecting a stop sign on Williston Road where it abuts Community Road.
Public Safety. Ward 5.
Yes, Mr. President, I have 7. No, I'm only kidding. I'm done for the night.
You just made the clerk's heart jump a little bit there. Ward 6.
Pass.
Ward 7, I have 2. First is an ordinance in regards to a no parking signs from the intersection of Staples Ave to Midley Ave, eastbound all the way to 70 Staples Ave. I have a traffic study. Public safety.
Mr. President, I have one more, tax title to Morney Avenue.
Okay, Solicitor Walsh, I'm going to docket an ordinance in regards to no parking signs. That'll go into ordinance. And the second item I will be docketing is a resolution in regards to RI General Laws 44-7-14, uncollectible taxes. Finance. Ward 8. Ward 9. All right, thank you very much. We are adjourned.